Hello. Wow, I'm loud now. Hello, welcome to stream. Welcome to stream. Uh, if the title hasn't given it away already yet, uh, I have recently opened for uh, esim donation commission. So it's basically the same as like normal commission, uh, except that instead of paying me, you go to gazaesims.com, buy an esim, and donate that to the email that they say you send it to, and send the receipt to me, and uh, I'll take that as payment. This is a sketch commission run. Uh, and today on stream, I'm gonna be doing the commissions I've gotten so far. And that's the gist for this stream, basically. Uh, my friends might not come in with me. I have a friend on call right now. I'm gonna undeafen very soon and let him hang out with us for a bit. Uh, I am still fixing up a bunch of stuff when it comes to overlay and such, because with Twitch chat you can basically mock a chat and fix up the overlay yourself and then like clear the chat later. But a YouTube chat does just is straight up is not live if you're not like going live currently. So chat and stuff will be fixed as we go. But otherwise, everything else should be in place. Uh, we have a new comment today, which is exclamation point esim, uh, to send you to the post that I made about the esim donation drive. Uh, and that's where you'll get like the clickable link to gazaesim.com and other details on what is required to get a commission. And I think that's it for today. I guess if you're new to this, because I'm also new to this, I haven't been streaming on YouTube for a long time. Whatever, I've been here once. That's how long I've been here for. My name is Baku. I use they or he pronouns, mostly they, and I draw. That's basically all I do. Really, I draw. I sometimes do other art stuff, but mostly I draw. Also, yeah, audio's also gonna be fixed up live, cause oh baby, oh this is happening. All right, I'm gonna undeafen now and get my friend back on call with me. Hello, Mira. Welcome to stream. Mira is currently muted. They might not be on voice. They are in chat though. Hello, Mira. It is very small, this chat. I think I'm gonna make this chat bigger.
Okay, just unmute it. Hi.
Hi, hello.
My voice is not like coming out crusty as like the last stream.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Oh, right, the icon. I need to check my file.
I think I buffed you like double in our call, so it's gotta be a little bit hard to buff you individually, but I can do
Yeah.
it. I can do it. I can figure out a way. Uh, okay, say something, Mira. Let's see.
Hello, Mira, Nini, my name. Those are my names. Hello. It's nice to be here.
They should be like about as loud as me.
About as loud as you. Hopefully, because like usually my Discord calls, like whenever I join call, my voice is clear. But when I was like watching back on the previous stream that we had together, like I noticed my voice was like it sounded like it was like crunchy through the mic or something. So I hope it's not something through the mic or like Discord.
It might also be a thing for like specifically Discord, with like the noise suppression thing that they have. If you have
Oh
like
yeah.
CRISPR on, you definitely should turn that off.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because it will filter out like laughter and stuff sometimes too.
Let's see. Audio and settings. Audio and settings. Voice and video. Okay.
Nothing ever happens. Nothing
Loud.
to do except
VLC is very loud right now, and I have to nerve it to like. I think I just need to like directly lower it and. Yeah, that's it. I think that's how this is working. I think we're working. We got it. Okay. Okay, we're going. It's gonna be a little bit before we jump directly back into the working. I mean, to do that, I will have to open a canvas right now. I usually work
Oh,
on
yeah.
A4 canvas.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the standard stuff. Whatever they give me, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah.
I think that's the easiest way. I've got my hydration ready. There might be a break in the middle to get like a hot drink because it's getting cold here. Finally,
it's like 2 p.m., right? Like, or like 2:30 where you are right now?
yeah, it's about 2:30.
Okay.
I wonder if you guys want to like hang out with me while like warm up a little bit. I feel like I should
Yeah,
warm
of course.
up.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah. I haven't been warming up like on with drawing a lot. I feel like that might have led some things to suffer. But like I want to do a good job today, so I'm gonna try and warm up first. Do I turn the goddamn canvas? Warm up exercises are typical. I don't do like very. I don't do the whole drawing warm up. I just do like lines and stuff. So like we could go along with that while like and just hang out while I do that. Probably. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to. Okay, the main view we got. What is going on now that YouTube's suddenly like screaming at me?
Huh?
Current bitrate and shit. It's probably because like I suddenly opened to something that is a few more elements than YouTube can handle.
Oh, I see.
Yep. Okay, I think it's fine. If it like crunches too much, then tell me, I guess, and I will try and like work with it.
Yeah.
But like it's a drawing stream, so not a lot of like intense action is gonna happen. So
yeah, it's like chatting.
yeah, it's chatting and nothing much will be moving on stream except for like me drawing. So
yeah, the cursor.
yeah, the frame rate was probably gonna be not gonna be too much of a problem. This is my preferred direction of drawing. So I always draw like this because I'm right-handed. If I want to do a straight line, I always do it in this direction. That's working.
Yeah. Oh, I found the file. Also, I need to draw like a version with an open mouth and stuff.
Oh dang. Definitely just like put it in the image directory, or send it in like the main chat, and I'll put it in the image directory, and I will set it up. My friends, oh god, talk Sprite for hanging out with me on stream. Heck yeah. Honestly, I'm like not super sure whether this is a good uh, time slot for anywhere in the world. I mean, it's probably not a good time slot for people in Vietnam because this is a weekday and everyone's like actually at work right now.
Yeah, and then I think like it's mostly like nighttime in America right now, but I'm cool with that because I already took a nap earlier today, so I'm fine.
That's good. That's good. I like every time we go live, we can start talking about like my fucked up sleep schedule and like how fucking inhuman it is. But like, I feel like that's been tread enough. You guys know how I sleep, which is fucked up. I sleep in a fucked up way. I actually went to sleep early last night so I can prep for today's stream, and I still couldn't manage to find my like proper headset
Oh,
before streaming. So I'm actually like borrowing my brother's headset right now. Just every time I do any stream, no matter for what reason, it's always a little bit like slapdash, just because there are so many things I can't like take care of when the stream is like offline.
hmm.
Yeah, this is me warming up by the way.
Hmm.
I feel like my days of being able to draw a perfect circle has fallen far behind me. There you go. She takes a lot more than one line. There are so many things I want to watch, but I'm in the part of my life right now. God, I say it as if I'm like 40. I'm, I'm in the era of my life right now where putting things in the brain has become a little bit hard. Probably in anticipation for like the closest hibernation uh, period in which there will be 10 days of me doing fuck all, just laying around eating and like looking at shit. So
I mean,
like,
that is the mood.
yeah, I'm talking about Lunar New Year by the way.
I know.
Yeah,
The gambling
and
for your cousins.
yeah, for the folks in the audience and eventually the VOD audience who don't know what I'm talking about. The the Lunar New Year is always like that. It's just like I still have to like wash dishes and cook and stuff too, but like that still accounts for not enough time out of the entirety of the of the holiday in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's look at that. That's terrible. Anyways, truly, this is why you need to like warm up because holy shit. But yeah, anyway, it's just mostly that like both my family on both my dad's side and my mom's side is very populous. I guess is the word for it. My dad has 3 siblings and my mom has 6.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so like
Very big families.
so like every time you go to the everyone appear in the same place for Lunar New Year, uh, things get done pretty fast just because there are so many hands available.
Yeah.
So like it really does become like a holiday for us where like you don't have to do as much just because there are so fucking many people there. And everything's done in like a big batch anyway. I'm just like up to doing I'm the one wrapping Mengcheng this year. Me and like an uncle in law. Because yeah, I'm my grandpa stopped retiring. And meanwhile I'm like trying to fucking remember how I did it last year. Just I've been doing it for 2 years and that's not enough to like put that directly into my head yet. It's gonna take at least 5, so especially because like you don't really do it outside of Lunar New Year.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. just like every time you make bingsu, you have to make like tens, like make it by like multiply it by the tens of kilos of rice. Otherwise, like why would you do it? So like outside of Lunar New Year, where there's just a lot of people around and you will be eating a shit for 10 days straight, uh, it's it's just easier to go buy it. I'm not like wrapping individual ones to cook every time on my own stove. Are you kidding me?
That'd be a nightmare, Jesus.
Yep. I'm not even using gas right now. Like that's gotta be hell on the electricity bill.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm a little bit stiff today, but I think I can figure it out. Also, mostly maybe just because like the surface of this tablet is a little bit unfamiliar for me. Like
Oh
my
yeah.
yeah, my old
Are you
tablet
using a
is
different tablet? Oh.
no, yeah. This one is still relatively new. I think I got this one like March last year or April, May or something. And like for me, that's still like relatively new. And I've been trying to not put food on this.
Oh no. Okay, that's a true struggle.
Yeah. Like, God, I treated my last one so badly. Where like because I used like before I got to use the screen tablet, I draw like flat on a table. Now I draw on like a slight incline.
Yeah, it's like it's a weird transition to go from like a flat like a tablet that's like flat on the floor until like now you have to like look up as you're drawing at an
Yeah.
angle.
So like it's just it because my last tablet is like flat on the table. I developed a bad habit of putting things on top of it, especially hot bowls. And so like that's fully my fault that that tablet like got its paint just chipped the fuck off because I was not doing it well.
Okay, it could have been a lot worse. I mean, like, I had a friend who like, I have a friend who says who had like a not screen tab, my bad, a regular like, not seeing tablet, like just like into stuff like that. The
Yeah.
kind that you just like lay flat on the ground and you look at the like the laptop screen as you draw.
Oh
So,
yeah.
one time, because we commute back and forth to like classes and stuff, and he draws like on his laptop and like the little tablet, like when we're not having class or in like a school lab. He did it outside one time,
Oh
and
my
because we
god.
live in California where it can get pretty sunny and hot,
Oh
one of the
no.
days he left out the tablet like for a while, and in like something about it got discolored and kind of basically
Oh
got
my
baked, like quite
god.
literally
Oh
in the
my
heat.
god. That's so scary.
Even funnier is that it's still functional. He still has it,
Oh my
and like he's
god.
still bringing.
Holy shit.
But yeah, now we're a lot more vigilant and careful about like what exactly or how exactly we leave our stuff out
Yeah.
in between classes as we work.
That would traumatize me. I could not imagine. I like going
That was
outside to draw too, but like I usually draw in cafes. I don't draw like straight up on the lawn. Mostly because
yeah.
the battery required would be a bunch. Actually, I've been seeing like XP Pen or whatever brand that was advertising directly to me on Instagram. They were like, we have tablets that can plug into your phone instead of a laptop, and it's not exactly appealing to me because I need a decently big screen to draw. I'm not gonna lie, I'm blind as fuck. I'm not looking at a screen while I draw on a tablet. That's not happening. But like I can imagine like because a phone you can charge with like a power bank instead of like a laptop. You can that would be a lot more mobile. And like it will feel a lot more familiar to a bunch of people rather than like an iPad. I refuse to get an iPad. That's not happening. Anytime in the
Yeah.
future.
I really only have an iPad because like it just happens to be in my family, so I was like, I mean, I can just take this to school with me, and I am also a little traumatized given what happened to my friend's tablet.
Yeah. Just how have we come to a point where we've developed most like we rely immensely on tech that is so susceptible to high temperature.
Yeah, it's so ironic because like we're working on computers all the time. Oh
Yeah.
lord.
It's so, especially phones. Like, if you can make phones like that, that's a little bit fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! Speaking of phone, between last
God.
stream and this one, I've developed a fascination with a very specific flip phone.
Yeah.
Oh my god, listen, like, okay, I have like a whole rant, even lock and
Okay.
loading, because like, oh my god, there is like so many, hold on, I need to answer your thing in the server right now
Oh right,
so,
right, right. I just do it whenever you want in your own time. Don't worry.
uh,
Lilo.
oh, cat.
Oh yeah, he's just yelling. I wonder if it's because like the stray cat's outside chilling, but
House Cast is so funny.
I think I still have a picture of like the stray cat from yesterday when he came over to visit. Let's see.
Oh, oh, hey, you send it to me, I'm gonna show it on stream. Oh yeah, the fucking phone rant. Okay, so I've become like an ardent hater of uh, phone tech in general nowadays. I I mean I refuse to get a new smartphone. I think I've had enough of that shit. Uh, it's just like my current phone is an Oppo. Uh, and for the last 2 years or so, if I tilt it, like if I lay on my bed and like I lay like flat on my back and I use my phone by having it like, high up in front of me, like relatively, the screen will fall out with frame.
Oh Jesus.
And like that's how I learned a lot of very cool things about how um, a smartphone is created, which is that everything is actually just straight up attached to the screen. Like, when the screen falls out, like everything else falls out with it. The frame is straight up just a frame, and they just like glue that shit into place. So like I can technically glue it back myself, but like my glue doesn't cure properly because it's so fucking like humid here. So like every 3 months I will have to redo it, and it gets really fucking annoying in like the periods in between. I'm opening up references right now. Yeah, I'm gonna start with a comments very soon. I think like I'm good with warm up. That's about how far my hands are gonna be able to draw today. But like yeah, just so like I got fed up with it, and currently I don't even use glue. My phone is currently held together by 3 pieces of clear tapes.
I mean, same. Oh god.
And like the thing is, I think this model is specifically, especially susceptible to this fault because it's like an I don't know what that's called in English because it's like advertised in Vietnamese here and it has like a Vietnamese name for this thing specifically, but like I guess an overflow screen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, where like the screen like at the on the left and right sides like exceed the frame and wrap around the frame.
Mm-hmm.
So the glued side is actually like not indented but straight up like exposed. So it's so much easier to chip that shit off.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And also like now I'm getting into like screen and how the touchscreen and the way that we've been uh innovating on it so far, and I'm doing like air quote right now because I don't believe in that shit. And like how like nowadays just making up new gimmicks that suck shit and use it only to sell things. Because like with like an overflow screen like that, straight up if you hold your phone like securely, it will activate the touches
Oh,
Because like the screen is like on the edge. You can touch it like directly. You don't even have to like move your hand to move your fingers to like the actual screen. So you can just misdial every fucking time because you're holding your screen normally. With that, you have to either grip it on the top and bottom like some kind of weirdo, or you have to like light hand it specifically in a very easy to slip way.
oh, that's so scary though. Jesus.
Yes, it's like it sucks. Like just ergonomically, kinetically, that shit does not make sense. I don't know why they did that, and like it was such a big deal. I think it's just because like for a while phones for a while now phones couldn't really get any bigger, because like any bigger they would become like a tablet.
Mm-hmm.
They're so fucking big already, which is also sucks for me because like my hands are small, and like I'm susceptible to like uh strain injuries just by holding like heavy things. So like every new phone has been a hard no for me from the start because they're just big.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, so now they add that, and that already sucks, and I'm like, this is stupid. But I guess I have to get a new phone like at that moment in time, so I'm gonna get one anyway. Uh, so I did, and honestly, not worth it. At least it's an Oppo, so it runs on Android, so I can jailbreak it like to hell and back.
Oh, absolutely, God.
Yep. Using an iPhone, I think, is a form of torture.
Yeah, I can attest to that. And the thing is, I unfortunately like I use iPhones and like iPads and stuff like that, but it's because like again, everyone else in my family does it too, so I don't really have a choice. I would absolutely love to jailbreak and use like free APKs,
Yep.
but oh,
I mean, like, jailbreaking my phone is how I avoided Discord, mobile Discord, like, awful fucking implementation of new shit recently. Like, they did that on mobile Discord, and every time I open it, it just sucks so bad that one day I was just like, no, I'm gonna not use their app like this anymore. I'm gonna download, like, an APK from, like, the last, from before they put all this shit in. I'm just gonna use that, and I'm never gonna update my shit. So now I've been my Discord has been stuck in like 2019 for years.
listen, that's like the better Discord. Like you did
Yep.
a really good choice.
Yep. And I encourage other people to do that to their phone too if they can. Yeah, like just easier to delete any kind of like bloatware and shit on an Android phone when you figure out how to like open up the like developer like permission and shit. You can just straight up delete anything you want, including the Google shit that they force on you.
Mm-hmm.
So like I've done that, and now I can store so many fucking songs in my phone. It's insane how much space all that shit takes up. But yeah. So like for that reason, for how customizable it is, this current phone is still like tolerable even though the screen thing sucks shit. And then came the next development in trying to sell smartphones to you, which is the fold phone. I don't even want to call it a flip phone. I mean they advertise it as a fold instead of flip anyway. So like that's kind of what it's called, but like my grudge towards Samsung specifically never fades away, and this time it rears its head again because they were the one pioneering that weird shit.
Mm-hmm. And then of course who could ever forget the stories where there was like literally the phones blowing up.
Yep. Honestly, don't know how anyone trusts them after that. But yeah, it's just imagine you have a screen. What is a touchscreen made of? Glass. Now, what is what property does glass not have? Like as a substance, foldability. So, what is an actual foldable smartphone screen would be made out of? Like, what would that be made out of? Plastic, baby. If you are considering buying one, just know that the screen is just like silicone. And the senpai, my beautiful sworn brother, who is generally a smart person, but also like a tech hype man. He likes new tech and stuff. He got gifted one of those phones. It broke like 2 months in because the screen straight up snapped.
Oh Jesus, that's terrifying.
Yeah, like honestly, like I was like, I don't know. I don't want to tell you that I told you so, but like, what do you expect like plastic to do when you fold it multiple times? It's just like that technology. I think is even worse than like the screen overflow thing, because the screen overflow thing is annoying but somewhat usable. This fold tech generates waste. All it does is like gets you a phone that will break in like 5 months, and then you have to replace it. And then the thing is like, it's it's replacing flip phones in every search queries now.
Mm-hmm.
You can almost not find flip phone on like the first page of Google anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna take a detour to tell you about the thing instead. I am now starting on the commission for wait, I have their
Nice.
account on Tumblr right now. I think I've got it. I try not to because like I know that all the bureaucracy around like using your professional mail for blog stuff and how you want to be referred to online versus how you want to be referred to professionally might be different. So like I try not to use the name that's given to me in like that is on your email. Rather, like if you give a name to me in the email, I will use it, but like if it is a name that's attached directly to your email, I try not to bring it up. Same as like PayPal name and stuff.
Yeah, it's like a non.
Yeah, that has to be legal, I think. Yeah, the clause of we do not see it.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, this is a sketch com for Mermaid.
Mermaid.
Yes, spelled MYRRHEMAID. Where like the herb, I guess. Is that a herb?
I'm not sure.
After Neo Yokio calling someone a herb like feels so mean. That's the series that taught me that is apparently like an insult. But like I think it's very funny. Yeah. Mermaid's com is currently up. I might. Should I do the same thing as I did with like Masha Underground near the end, where like I reblock like the stream announcement post and add the person to mention that like maybe. Yeah, honestly, yeah, sure, we should do that. I'm gonna clean this up after anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. Okay, got it. All right, that's done. Now I'm gonna open I think, you know what? Maybe like transferring the refs into Psy would take a little bit. No, what the fuck am I saying? I can do anything forever. I'm the master of this universe. I can do this right now directly. Paste that shit directly in here. There you go. This is the ref they sent for the character. Gonna get the name. This is Mermaid's Rogue, I think. Nope, this isn't. Oh no, yeah, this character is a rogue. It's a D&D arcane Chutsu rogue.
Ooh,
She's
that's
also
nice.
an elf. Her name is something in Icelandic, so I would have to like figure out pronounce this. I remember. I think this has. This is from something. So sorry about my
Yeah.
throat.
Currently, I'm like looking at the YouTube stream, and like obviously it's a bit lagging behind our current bleh. It's kind of lagging behind our current like talking. So I'm still waiting for a second for the image to pull up.
Oops, that's taking a bit to catch up, huh? But yeah, it's showing up right now. This is the character. I think her name's pronounced as Reykjavik. I'm gonna write it down. I think.
Inside your eyes is black.
Yep.
Inside
This is how it's written.
black. Everything is rotten. Break shit. The thing you scream is black.
That's her name.
Is black. Only thing you want is
I'm
black.
gonna
Only thing you want
work with
is
this.
black.
Okay, now returning to. Actually, I should save. Everybody who's in chat right now enjoying, you should save. Everybody who's chatting gaming right now, you should also save. Here's my commission.
You should save your game now.
Hell yeah. Save your game now! Yeah, there you go, I saved. I can change the name of that file later, but saving is of utmost importance. This is like a sketch com, so I want to try to be more loose in how I approach like the character in general. Versus like my usual income that just usually devolves into trying to do official art for the character, basically. Okay, yeah, now returning back to my touchscreen sucks now, and it should never have been led to go this far, and eventually everything will have to succumb to it, and I don't want that to happen. But yeah, just turns out when you sell like a modern smartphone that can be folded, and then you market it as like a flip phone, as a number of brands that have done. So Samsung does not exactly do that. They call it a fold, but common just common parlance has from like other brands have deemed it like deemed that kind of phone like flip phones. So now that has like inundated every search ever for any kind of like jitterbugs. That is an actual flip phone. So if you search a flip phone now, you just get like the smartphone version, which sucks ass and will cost you a phone in like maybe half a year. What pose do I want for this character? You know what? I want them to hold a knife, maybe. But yeah, so coincidentally, this is where I get to the phone that I have become obsessed with recently. I am currently maybe in the market for a new phone, and I'm not in a hurry about it because I know that like tech just currently sucks shit, so I don't wanna have to deal with a new phone basically. But meanwhile, I'm like maybe I can figure out maybe I can like add an old school phone to my setup and uh, basically force myself to use internet less by like having a phone that isn't too internet like connected and like do more direct calls and stuff. So I've been looking into like not smartphones. It's so hard to like find a word to call that now.
Stupid phones. I'm
Stupid
kidding, but
phones. But yeah, just I've been looking into that, and then I'm like, I wonder if they do that like any that of that but like new recently, and I've been looking into like Nokia phones, mostly because like they used to be my favorite back when I was using that kind of phones. So yeah, I look into them, and turns out they did release like a flip phone, like a normal proper flip phone. In the last few years, they released one in 2021. It is called it's the serial is Nokia 2720. It looks so good. It can be used as a hotspot. It has like 4G connection. Uh, the uh, the keyboard seems like really sturdy and like accessible because it's like large. And it's the Nokia advertised it to have like battery that can last 40 days. Which, you know, if you have used a smartphone in the last 5 years, you know that that's a fucking luxury, baby.
oh god, yeah, absolutely. Jesus.
Am I doing any interesting posts right now? You know, I don't love what I've got going on, so I'm redoing it. But yeah, I've looked into that and I'm like, oh my god, I love this phone. I'm gonna try and get this phone. And then I looked up and they discontinued it in 2022.
Oh, maybe is it possible to get secondhand or?
Yep. So I've been looking
Oh,
into
okay.
like trying to get it secondhand. And there's a guy in Highland, Vietnam, in like central Vietnam, who have been selling like fake version of those of that phone specifically for dirt cheap. And like that's all of the queries that got returned to me. It's just makes me so sad. I want it. I might have to take to Facebook next to try and like find someone who actually had that, and they don't, and if they don't want that anymore, and see if I can like take that off their hand. And I've decided that to reduce my general desire for new things in my life when it comes to technology like that. I'm gonna pursue this phone until it's entirely impossible anymore. So like I don't get tempted by all the shinier toys or whatever. Just like I'm gonna go after this phone until I fucking die. So
It's
no
your one treasure. It's your one piece.
yeah, it's gotta be my fucking. It's just gonna be my grail. So now I will not get a new phone until I can get that one, barring extreme circumstances. Okay, moving that. But yeah, that's like my misadventure with finding out about that. Uh, in anyways, so many brands are jumping into like the foldable phone shit right now. Uh, and I we did get to see the fucking uh overflow screen become like so normalized that every new phone has it. And it's really scary actually to me to anticipate that that same thing would happen to the full phone model, where like it becomes just a necessary thing to have on a phone, even though it sucks shit in the future. Just like anytime you get a new smartphone, it's gonna be a full phone. It's gonna be shitty and terrible to use, and you still have to like contend with it if you want a new phone. So that's why I've just kind of decided that I don't want to participate in this. Maybe I don't want to add to this anymore. So I'm just opting out, I guess, for now.
The state of capitalism just like pressuring us to constantly buy a new phone, even though that's like really stupid. God.
Yeah. And like the fact that it's become like absolute necessity to have a phone nowadays, especially in trade. If you do like independent trade, like commission like I do, or like doing like merch and stuff, if you don't have a phone, you basically do not have like a business at all. So they can just hold that over you, and that's stupid. But yeah, that concludes my phone rant. I think we should return to flip phone right now with me.
Like real flip phones.
Hell yeah. I've been calling like the smartphone thing that they call flip phone like fold phones. Like there's nothing really fun about the kinetic feelings of that. Like with flip phone, like it's sturdy enough that you can like flick it open and stuff. I feel like if you do that with a smartphone, that's just gonna fly off. You're gonna have two phones real soon.
The children yearn for flip phones. The children yearn for DSs.
True, real. Listen, like I've been finding like an account in Vietnamese on Instagram nowadays. That person does like custom cassette player and cassette tapes.
Ooh,
and
nice.
I've been going fucking insane. I'm like, I don't know if I should like invest in this, because a cassette tape doesn't actually hold that much media. You kind of do have to ration your stuff, and you have to like have a collection of cassette tapes, and that is gonna be like a little bit of effort. But like that, just kinetically, it's gonna feel so much fucking better than a modern like MP3 player.
Right. It's like it's about like that feeling of using it. Like it's like there's a difference between like buttons versus like a touchscreen, you know?
Yeah. God, every time I think about touchscreen, it makes me mad. Like, we are in like the family is living in a more like quote unquote high end apartment right now. It's like, because it's like a more quote unquote high end apartment, everything in security, like every apartment has a number lock door instead of like a traditional lock door, and it's either like fingerprint, which honestly I also don't trust, mostly because like that data set is not reliable enough. Like if I don't put my finger in the right direction, it might not recognize me. And then like a number lock. The number lock is also a touchscreen, which like out of everything, why would you make a fucking lock pad a touchscreen?
Right, because like if the touchscreen is busted, you're done for. Unlike buttons.
And like it does not glow bright enough for you to see that shit in the dark.
And then like I hate my brain because it immediately also defaults to like a horror movie situation. It was like you'd be gone, you'd be screwed.
Yeah, for 100%. And like it's obviously a touchscreen. It's not gonna be like a pressure touchscreen like an ODS. It's gonna be a fucking heat touchscreen. And in days like this, when your outer skin temperature resembles fucking room temperature, is it gonna recognize you? And then like, because it's just like a rarely lit screen. If like my vision is bad, how am I gonna like recognize where to put my fingers? Especially because like the screen is like thick enough that the depth perception is fucking off. So there have been cases of me going home and having to input the password like 3 times, 4 times, because it keep reading like I keep messing up with the depth perception and like accidentally click a different number.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's just a bad fucking idea from top to bottom. I don't know who advertised this shit to the security people and made them get this. I feel like the only thing that has going for it is like a Star Trek vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Even though like the best Star Trek never has to do with like that kind of touchscreen. The best Star Trek always has to do with buttons. They got dials and shit up in that rich baby. There's a reason NASA is all buttons. But yep. I just think like, and also, you know, induction top. I always advocate for induction top, especially in apartments, because it's like it doesn't use gas, it doesn't heat and it doesn't retain heat in the same way as an electric stove. It has like a child lock.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they let the control be touchscreen also? That shit has heat. That shit, it has to do with heat. Even if it doesn't like directly heat up like the stovetop itself, we are putting like the utensils that we put on top of it is heated.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually that control is gonna break down just because it's also heat sensitive. Just like the idea of using touchscreen in a kitchen is inherently stupid to me. Why would you do that? Can I put this a little bit up? Or somewhere that does not obscure this sketch? That's my treaty against touchscreen in general info. Thank you for listening. Okay. This character's a rogue. Every time I sketch like this, like I always forget that like what I'm sketching is actually just like the face.
Yeah.
And like the head will actually extend back and stuff. I keep forgetting. And then I'm just gonna go in with the thing. Should I use the other brush? I've been like getting used to it again. It's like a little bit stiff compared to the version that I have of it. It's in Psy 1, but I'm getting used to this one. I think just because Psy 2 also uses a different like pressure recognition like bottle or something. It feels different for me. But I think it's still built like by that one guy himself. Science made it by one person, if I remember correctly. Honestly, I kind of like working with like this kind of reference, and also like pig crew reference. I mean, like it's not exact, and that feels like uh maybe that's not how to say this. Like pig crew stuff is generally like limited, purely just because you know it's pig crew and the artists who drew for those pig crew can only do so much themselves.
Yeah.
They do not have the time in the day to do everything forever. So if you have like a specific vision of your character in mind, working with a pig crew can be like frustrating. Honestly, also a reason why I almost never use pig crews myself, just because like every time you use it and it doesn't have something that I want, I will
Yeah.
feel like I can just draw this myself, which is not the point of pig crews, but like
Right.
yeah,
I guess like on one hand you could like technically like download or like screenshot it and then edit and draw yourself.
yeah,
But like still,
yeah, just it feels like against uh the I guess spirit of what pig crew is.
yeah.
So it feels pointless to use a pig crew in general, I guess. But like that's you know for people who got so used to drawing that like anything short of drawing it themselves doesn't feel good.
Right, exactly.
That's just not the case for a lot of people, and pig crew is extremely useful for folks who don't want to spend the time drawing, but want like references for the character commission and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just the thing is that you do have to be careful because when you work with a pig crew, you're already working with like limitations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like obviously, like, especially if the artist does not have like a wide array of like skin tones or hair types and stuff like that, is already like immediately limiting to like a very specific like narrow POV.
yeah, and like honestly, just mostly even with like the more varied pig crews. It still has to be limited just once again purely because the artist is a human that needs to eat and sleep and shit. They cannot just spend their whole life drawing the pig crew. So they can only do so much themselves. So like sometimes especially when you want to commission people, it might be good to acquire the vocabulary uh, that you can use to like describe your character in text to supplement the Pikru itself. So like, the Pikru would be like very useful for like skin tone, for the general style, like the clothing style, the hairstyle, for like the general like face shape or body types, things like that. But very specifically with like eye shape, for example, a lot of pig crews like because they generally go for a more simplified style. It might be hard
Yeah.
to find like the right eye shape for your character, and honestly, I feel like that's not something that people pay a lot of attention to in general if they are not drawing.
Mm-hmm.
So a
But
lot of
like,
people
there's
might,
so
yeah.
many unique eye shapes.
Yeah. So a lot of people might not have the language themselves to describe the eye shape that they want their character to have. So if you don't have the language, you might not even be able to find like uh, the right reference, like photo reference either. Because if you want to search for photos, you do have to know what you're searching for. You have to
It's
know
like
the
Google.
words. Yep.
It's like Google, how do I find the and then you blank.
Yep. God, that sucks every time.
And then like it's also extra frustrating if it becomes like a guessing game of like trying to figure out like or like googling random terms to try to
Yep.
narrow down like the specific thing.
God, it sucks every time. It weirdly feels somewhat humiliating which is like the worst part about it, I think. Mostly because like I feel like you need to know this, and then you don't. But like I say that, and then like I honestly I don't know if there's any specific resource for you to get better on that. I know I'm not like that good on that either. I don't. It's so funny. Like people who have been following me for a while know that I write fics. I have the opposite problem of like the stereotypical fic writers, where they like describe the characters in ways that feel like unnatural, because like in that circumstance the character would not like notice their own uh like physical appearance. So you know, like the very iconic, like she looks in the mirror when she wakes up and she looks so hot or whatever.
Okay. Oh god.
Like all of those like thing that happened that appears on like bad writing blogs or whatever.
Oh god.
Yeah, and I have the opposite problem of that, where like I almost never describe my character at all.
Yeah, so it's just like a faceless blob of an enigma.
Yeah, just like, you know what this fucker is. Let's go. And then
I'll say that's like a really interesting prompt, like trying to describe a character but deliberately keep their appearance like ambiguous.
yeah, it's fucking Bo Burnham song about boy bands. I love you when you're bluish, brownish, greenish. I love your eyes in a bluish, brownish, greenish color. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. If you give me free reign to draw your elf character while I'm sleepy, I will draw them as human because I will forget about their ears. I'm sorry. But I'm
I
not
mean, like,
sleepy,
I'm very.
yeah.
It's good to see the reference very clearly show the ears, especially if, like, there's a lot of detail in the earrings as well, which is really nice.
Yeah. It's like it does take effort, no matter what people say. It's just like remembering to put all that shit in is like effort itself. You don't have to be good at it, just have to remember to bring it up so I know what to do. It's like we are talking about.
It reminds me.
Yeah.
It reminds me of those posts where like someone shows like their client drawing a stick figure for like the composition of a composition of a drawing, and then
Oh,
like the
that-
final result.
That owns. I almost never get that kind of refs because like everybody, mostly I get commissions from other artists. So like all the artists are folks who have commissioned a lot of people, so they have like very well put together references. But like and the one time that I worked with something that isn't like that, that project basically lets me have mostly free reins on like how anything comes out, like to the point that I basically got to build those characters like from the ground up with my art, and I'm like very proud of that. But that is not like very typical. Usually they give you more restrictions.
Yeah, exactly.
So like I've never gotten to use that kind of reference before, like the stick figure drawing kind of reference. But like I've always found it extremely charming. I think that's great. I think people should draw badly more often.
Yeah, it's like it's always a little extra stressful to feel perfect, especially if you're like especially if you're majoring in art.
Yeah.
But like, oh lord.
That's why I'm not in our school, baby.
Meanwhile, I am, and I'm suffering.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
At least you're learning, I hope. I do have a thing with my sketches where I feel like I lose the kind of edge I go for when I lay ink. Where it's like I feel like I try to soften things way too much when like I do sketches. I want to break out of that today. I also, when I get to design my own characters, I usually either go for extremely cartoony like round shapes or over detailed face shapes that it would feel insane to point out to for other people to draw.
It's like there's a mole under the eye here, and then there's a little freckle down there, and a little scar up in the chin, and just it keeps on going.
Yeah, it's like where that's the thing. I You guys might be familiar with my guy Clover. They died in the debut comic, which is an awesome move that I made. I need to find Clover art to show you guys like the weird fucking face shape that I give them. And now every time other people draw of Clover, they're like, "It's this face shape," and I'm like, "It's actually a little bit different." But like, I do not fault you for not drawing that. Where's my Pokemon freaking folder? My OC folder in there. Clover and Akashi actually shares like a single folder, but it's named after Akashi. Yeah, this is Clover. This is Clover.
The dead one.
Yep. The guy that died in their debut comic. The first time they appear in a comic that I drew, they died. But like, yeah.
Listen, listen. I always love comics like that. Where it's revealed that like someone was dead the whole time and stuff like that.
You know what? That's so valid. That's so real. Like I can imagine Clover's face shape extremely clearly in my head, but like translating that to lines, it takes like so many more lines than you like assume. Like they have like a slightly pointy chin, but also like a very thin face, but also jawlines. And like I drew that the whole time. I'm like, okay, why? That's honestly might be one of the reasons why none of the Clovers I drew in the comic looks exactly the same. I was ballin'. Okay. Honestly, I should draw in the eyebrow because I will forget. Which is unfortunate thing to forget. How thick are these eyebrows considered?
I think about medium to slightly thick eyebrows. I think.
Yeah. That reminds me of the thing that I was thinking about seeing Ramona Flowers in the new Scott Pilgrim.
Oh yeah.
Which is like accurate to the original art style, I guess.
It's like just like kind of like Mob Psycho when it changed over from the manga to the anime.
Yeah.
It's like it's more refined for like animation purposes.
But the essence stays mostly the same. Which I'm not a Scott Pilgrim reader. I did not grow up with that. The only version of Scott Pilgrim that I know is the live action version. Mostly because it's just accidentally aired on like HBO Max or whatever. I think Cinemax rather. Here one day, and I watched like 3 minutes of it, and like I don't understand what this is, and then I turned to other things. So I have basically no history with Scott Pilgrim, and I just know that like apparently Ramona Flowers is like the trans awakening and gay awakening for a bunch of people.
Yeah, it's very true.
And I sadly cannot relate because I'm not gay. I am trans though, but in the other direction. And also I did not grow up with Scott Pilgrim. But then I think I just remember thinking when I saw like the new Scott Pilgrim when that comes up, I just only remember thinking like, oh damn, that Scott guy got to have like thick eyebrows, and Ramona Flower has like barely any eyebrows at all.
I don't know how to word this right, but like I think it's kind of like the whole like, you know how like guys are drawn with like big noses, or then like the girls get like these little petite like like how like, you compare Frozen.
Okay, yeah, that's true. And
It's like,
I think that's mostly it feels so much more stark to me because I think like style wise, Scott Pilgrim and Ramona Flowers are drawn like basically the same, like proportions and stuff. Like their eyes are the same size, their mouths are the same size. I think their nose are drawn the same way as well. It's just that their
mm-hmm.
eyebrows, because Scott Pilgrim's eyebrows just take up like half his forehead, so it's and Ramona Flowers don't have eyebrows, so it's like noticeable to me. And also, I just like when women have big eyebrows.
Right, exactly. You don't see that very often. It's like it's both beauty standards and also just like, oh, like because it's a girl, she must be like tinier, petite, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really stupid.
Yeah, it's sad. I love thick eyebrows on women, which is not like you know uh surprising because I love any character that is GNC.
Mm-hmm.
I feel things for butch women that I cannot say on stream. Uh, but it's just, I feel like it's just a design choice that's extremely underutilized. Like it feels like wasteful to not do that. To have your character, like your women character, have like varied size and eyebrows and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It's such an easy thing to do, and I feel like the reward is very good
Mm-hmm.
because like hairstyle can change uh and like you can do like makeup or whatever, but
But yeah, there should be more variety.
yeah,
It's like it's just like just from a design standpoint and just like real world standpoint, it's really stupid to like try to try to like compress all women into like a very like a very specific like oh tiny petite cute and it's like no they're people.
yeah, it's just like every woman character in, on earth is the same woman. And it's just like and if you don't connect with that woman character, then you have nothing. Now you get to learn how to eye draw hair in general, which is I do things.
Mm-hmm. Kind of reminds me of like One Piece, where like there's so much variety with how the men are drawn in it. All the girls get like the unfortunate like Barbie girl treatment. I was like, man, come on! You literally have the capability to draw like variety. Why don't you just do it to the girls too?
Yeah, just like weird because like Oda can definitely draw women. He has proven to be able to do that before. And like his women characters are actually like super cool. A lot of them have like weird shit going on with them that makes them like extremely interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But their design do not like communicate that at all.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Like, God, man, come on.
I mean, I feel like he's learning slowly. But
Yeah.
One Piece is about to conclude, so
I know. It's really funny because like I think he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm figuring out the last story arc. I will get to it soon." And he
yeah.
said that like I don't know, like a decade ago.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's kind of how comics work, so I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the bureaucracy that goes on like underneath every manga as well, where you have to
Mm-hmm.
run your storyline through like seven editors or whatever, and then like you have to like execute it. You have to like set up for it. You have like a limited screen time to do it every week or so. You have to
Mm-hmm.
match your pacing to that. Like working with comic is if you don't like have if you don't get to decide everything yourself, it's like a huge hassle to me. So it's kind of understandable, but also it's really funny and a little bit sad that One Piece might potentially end its most of its entire run like spending most of its time being kind of weird and shitty to women, you know.
I know. It's like, man.
Oh, hello, Koskit.
Oh,
Welcome
hello.
to stream. Your commission is starting queue, so it will be coming up in a short while, or long, depends on how long I take on this. But I don't think I'm gonna take too long on this. Don't worry about it. This is a commission for another person who donated an esim to GazaEsim.com. The name of the character is here, and I think it's pronounced Reykjavik, and I might be wrong. But I remember that from a BuzzFeed thing, which is unfortunate, but
Oh
it is how it is. If it's any consolation, it is a Shane and Ryan thing. It might be a BuzzFeed Unsolved thing, if I remember correctly. I need to remember how I used to hatch hair back in the days. Back in the days, which means like, I don't know, a year ago. I used to be able to do it with a little bit more confidence. That usually comes back. Just takes a while. Oops.
Oh.
Hey, don't worry about that. Koskit. Oh yeah, how was oh yeah. I forgot I should fix up the chat.
Oh right, I forgot. It's like in a little corner, like outside the box.
It's outside the box, right? Why?
Yeah. I can take like a screenshot and show you.
I don't worry about it. I do have like the stream fit open on like OBS,
okay,
so
okay.
I can see it. So I think I just need to resize it. It's like 200 is that? Hide
Oh,
by
yeah.
4? And try and save this. It will not show up until somebody else say anything in chat, so sadly like that. Move! Oh my god, what the hell? Why do I have to use the actual mouse? There you go. We'll see how it pops up. YouTube is extremely inconvenient on that front, but we work with what we can. They still haven't let me back in Twitch, by the way. But yeah, what were we talking about? Oh, comic stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And Oda's thing. I mean, like, Oda has been working in comic for a long time, and I think like he has to frequently take like health break.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's an old man now, and doing manga professionally has a mortality rate that is unusually high among art professions. Oh, okay. I just need to move it up. I think a little bit. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the stream chat. Thank you, Koskit, for saying things in chat so I can see the chat. Because every time I move it and save it, the chat fucking clears. But yeah, it is unfortunate. I feel like it's unfortunate slightly in the same way that like a number of other shonen stuff, and even like well-beloved classics are unfortunate. Where like, you know, every time you recommend it, it's like you have to say it's great, and then like have a what's that called? Just have like a side next to it. It's great except for this one thing. I know she doesn't in the rev. She doesn't have like hair in front of her ear, but I don't wanna put it in.
Artistic license.
Hell yeah! I get to do this. I think. If you don't want this, please let me know. Let's see. Hell yeah. You're so right, Koskid. You know that's one thing that I enjoy immensely every time, whenever I do like commissions and stuff. That's when like folks show me their OCs, and then like I get to work with like their design language, and like their shape language, and interpret it and try to like put my best foot forward and put it together in a way that I find interesting, personally, and fun to look at, and like think of that as like a reward for both like the commenter and myself.
Yeah, it's kind of like a nice little collaboration or like translation in a way.
Oh my god, I just saw the cryptid kitty.
Oh yeah, the
Oh,
picture I sent.
oh my god.
He's so cute. He
I'm
shows up like every night.
my god. I'm gonna I'm gonna show this on stream for
Yeah, of course. Feel
a
free.
second.
He's very sweet and affectionate for like at least for anyone like he trusts, including myself. But
I love like hearing you talk about him and then like looking at this at the same time.
yeah, like usually he would just like run from anyone he doesn't recognize or like because obviously he's still like an outdoor stray cat. But
That is true.
for anyone that he trusts, like he would like start making these cute little meows and start like walking straight up and then like he
Oh
lets
my
me like pet him and
god.
even like pick him up.
Oh my god. Oh
I think I have
baby.
some more pictures of him. Some are cute, some unflattering, so I'm gonna show them all.
You know what? After this commission, I'm gonna like do like a biggest hit run to show off the neighborhood stray cat.
Hmm.
The cats I've been getting to touch recently has been the senpai's cat. He's got like a long-haired British, which is weird to say like out of context, but for the record, this is talking about a cat. And a Norwegian. Also bad to hear out of context, but like anyway. So they are both giants. They're so big. So like it's a little bit hard to pick them up just out of nowhere, just because they're so fucking big. And also like because they are big, their hitbox is so much larger. So like you can kick them by accident just by walking beside them because they're so easy to hit because they are big. But they're babies. They're still babies. I enjoy texturing like curly hairs like this. I feel like I've been drawing Leon's hair like a lot more organized, which is fair because that's like the thing that I've given him by now, which is like he likes his hair and he likes organizing it. So it being like that makes sense. But it doing it like that does kind of lose out on the what the casket the casket in chat said to be the wiggles, the hair wiggles.
Oh yeah.
Leon's hair is so organized that I basically map out every curl every time I draw it. So it's not like a lot of spontaneous texturing movement. I love you, Leon.
He's so cool and epic.
He's so cool and epic and awesome. Oh, speaking of, I got also a sketch commission in this same drive for a character that I've just now found out is not Leon. I have been calling him White Leon in my head.
Yes.
I didn't know that he appears in Pokespace, so I straight up had no recollection of him because I don't read Pokespace. Like not at least not the current season or the previous season, I guess. Not like Carvalho was a thing. So like I straight up don't know about any like Pokespace original characters. So like I have seen that guy on Twitter before, like drawn like alongside Leon and shit, and I thought that guy was from Pokemon Masters, the gacha game. And every time I seen him, just because he dressed exactly like Leon except like corporate, even more corporate, because Leon's already like a corporate gay. So like every time I've seen him, I've called him in my head like White Leon. And finally someone has, now after 5 years, someone has come into my inbox and show me that apparently that's like a whole guy and not just Pokespace being weird.
Oh no.
Yeah. Like my impression of that guy has been that because I read a little bit of Pokespace for Sword and Shield at like the beginning, and they did tone for Raihan's skin tone, but they don't do that for Leon's. And I have been side-eyeing that like decision. I kind of understand it from like an economy kind of standpoint, because it takes a fucking lot of effort to do skin tone in like screen tones for manga and stuff.
Yeah.
But still, like, I feel like that's a kind of effort that should be made anyway.
Yeah, you should. I mean, like, they should, but...
Yeah, I do. I do. But, yeah, it's just... So, like, seeing a guy that is straight up White Leon parading around makes me feel like, sure. You know what, whatever.
Why?
Both of why, and like, I kind of anticipate this happening, but I also don't really understand it, and now I finally do.
Honestly, my first thought was like that Paper Mario moment where it's like, I think I sent the image already, but it's basically just, why are you white?
Yeah. Oh, is that from like the Origami King? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, I remember that because there's a plot point in that one of being bleached, because they're all like paintings, they're all drawings. Okay, this character's a rogue. So how am I approaching their clothing right now?
Oh right, because I forgot that. Because like I'm also doodling at the point, and I forgot that like you're only drawing from like a reference bust up.
there's also another reference, but it also has not a lot when it comes to clothing. It's mostly a face
Oh, I see.
reference.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, I feel like this character has like a rounder face than I drew there. At least like from from the two refs, that's like the common point. There you go. There you go. That gets fixed up. Okay, thinking about clothing now. I love that like I've been like the Leon guy for a while.
Yeah,
And,
that's how I. That's
and I
like
know
the
limited
Pokemon
things
character
about
associated with you.
Maybe it's just because like you've been hanging out with me for a while. Like probably starting from when was that? Actually,
I think it was like the Mob Psycho days.
yeah, that seems like it.
Fish
So,
Mob.
So like when I started and I got into Sword and Shield pretty early in this runtime, like like December 2019. So like a few months after it just came out.
Mm-hmm.
So like when I started going insane about Leon, my shit will have like appeared on your dash like before anyone else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just I was there early and I basically did nothing else for like the whole 4 years. So like I become like the Leon guy.
Hyperfixation.
Yeah. But coincidentally I know fuck all about like the satellite medias around Sword and Shield. I
Mhm.
watched like Pokemon Twilight does it. I didn't even watch like that special they did uh, with like the daddy looking Leon later on.
God.
I mean, I call it that. I don't know. That's what people call him, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I feel like this might be a confession like worthy of some scrutiny from the Leon girlies, but listen, my job is to be insane about him and draw comics. I don't actually care about the rest of it. I wanted to play Pokemon Masters, not even for Leon, which is funny. I wanted to play it for the Sonessa photo. I just
Oh yeah. I just really like the outfits. They're cute, and then like I
Yeah.
was like, oh, I don't want to do dailies. I don't want to do gotcha. I'm leaving.
yeah. The fact that it's a gacha thing that immediately disqualified it from ever being touched by me, so
Yeah.
that's already a thing. But like my friend plays it, and I keep up with that only through like them, mostly
Mhm.
to see if like they have like because they got both Glaria and not Glaria, they got both Sonia and Nessa,
Oh, that's
and
nice.
yep. Sadly, in the actual game, those two barely got to talk to each other. Uh,
What? Oh.
Yep. Uh, if as a as an artist, I ever give you the impression that Sword and Shield is like a good game, my apologies.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like literally, it's just people whose fan art that's like carrying.
Yep. It's still think once again that like it's not a good game, but it's not bad in the way that people think it's bad. I'm a special snowflake about that.
Like I do like for example like Scarlet Violet's story and stuff like that, and like the unique like art that people have drawn from it. But oh god, like actually playing the game can be painful with the glitches and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think like now I have had a little bit more of exposure to Scarvio's as a game. because I've been watching the Friendlock series.
Oh yes! Oh my gosh, I love that so much.
That series is so good.
I know. It's like because I don't know if you know like my history with like Nuzlocke personally, but like okay, basically TLDR like it started as like a whole like comic community,
Oh
kind of
yeah.
like D&D where people draw like their characters, their Pokemon teams, and their personal experiences. Like they draw full on like fan comics,
Oh
summarize
hell
and
yeah.
like of their personal like Nuzlocke challenges. But again, like today, like Nuzlocke challenges are just like white men like streaming like gamer challenges and kind of losing the whole like art point
Yeah.
of what made the Nuzlocke cool, but like Friendlock is really nice because like it has that nice like D&D energy, like and people obviously having more fun with like um playing the game and like sharing the experience. That's what I like about that.
It's yeah. I remember like first the Nuzlocke started as like the challenge. I started as like a way to bond yourself with your Pokemon
Yeah,
because like
exactly.
the game don't really exactly give them personality, so
Hmm.
having them be unique and like irreplaceable directly in gameplay is like a way to enhance that. And now it's just touted as like a way to make baby game harder.
Yeah, exactly. It's so disappointing because like again the whole D&D thing of like you make up these unique characters or like attachments and these stories and like that was really cool to see like people's different interpretations and like artwork interpreting like these Pokemon and then making them like actual characters and OCs and stuff like that. And it's
Yeah,
like, oh man. But yeah, like Friendlock has that nice spirit, that nice energy of like understanding what made the Nuzlocke special. Like
yeah. It really does like bring back that very specialty about it of like making your Pokemon your friends
yeah,
directly to
exactly.
the point, and I genuinely like that, especially because like most of that guy's friend is like very willing to roleplay with it.
Yeah.
It's just like
It's like it's commit to the bit, have fun.
yeah,
That's what I really like, especially because like I don't know. I tried watching some like summaries of like, oh, I did the super hard Nuzlocke challenge, and like I don't know how to describe it. Like all these white guys are like very condescending, or like, oh, I'm above this like baby game, or like I'm above
yeah,
this challenge. I'm above um forming attachments to these Pokemon. They're only useful if they're like good stats or natures or whatever. It's like, man, you would all be the enemies. You would all be the villains if this was like a Pokemon anime.
yeah. It feels bad to look at it like that.
Mhm.
I'm
God,
the
I
guy
probably
who I'm the guy that posts about like strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon doesn't matter. That posts for me.
yeah, exactly same.
But yeah,
God, I remember. God, that does remind me. I did talk with some of my Nuzlocke comic artist friends because like
yeah,
some said that they were like interested and available to help me out or like talk to me about like Nuzlocke comics and making like a video essay to shed light on this whole like comic thing.
hell
And
yeah,
so like God, that'd be really neat. But yeah, oh God, Friendlock is like the one exception. It's like okay, maybe aside from that, maybe Jade and animations because
yeah,
like of course it's animation.
yeah.
Those are like the only Nuzlocke videos that I really like liked.
Makes sense, honestly. But yeah, Toscan in chat is like I started playing Socia because of you. Uh,
Oh.
that's extremely special, and I don't know if I should apologize to you or not. it's that's the thing. It's not a good game, but it's my game. You know how Sonic Frontier is not technically a good game, but it is a good game. You know, it's
It's
for
good for
people
like
who are insane.
personal reasons.
Yeah, it's good for people who are insane about Sonic, and Sonic is also good for people who are insane in my way about Leon. It's I think the thing is it's about like legacy. It's about like moving on,
Hmm.
and whatever you say about it, it does reflect that very well in like every aspect of it. God, I was bringing up like Scarlet and Violet mostly because I still don't know shit about fuck when it comes to that story because Friendlock is not about that story.
Right, it's so funny.
So like I get to see like new Pokemon and shit and locations and the new like effect moveset, whatever. Uh they don't show the stories a lot. Like they show pieces of the story, like they show cutscene, but that guy edited all over it, so
Yeah, I mean, like the whole point is like just to mess with his friends and like
Yep.
their story. So it's
Yeah.
like it's not really focused on Pokemon's story.
Yeah, so I think at
Um,
least just like I got like impressed by the animation of Arven like straight up falling over and then crawling towards his dog that just got cured of dog disease,
oh,
and that's like really good out of a game where like animation is so minimal.
yeah.
Like they spend a budget on the scene, and like honestly it kind of hits. It's a
like,
really
yeah,
good
he
scene.
did so much. He
Yeah.
did so much for his puppy.
Yeah. And then like you beat the puppy into the ground.
I know that was like the most awkward thing. It was like, are you sure you really want to fight this dog, especially if this is like a Nuzlocke?
It's so fucking funny, but like I understand it a little bit.
Yeah.
But like yeah,
Also,
yeah.
oh sorry. I was thinking. Okay, real talk. I was genuinely actually expecting the dog to pass away and then turn
Honestly,
into
me
Grievard.
too.
So like, I
Me
mean, like, wasn't that
too.
the whole point with? Yeah, wasn't the whole point with like the ghost gym too? It was like, oh, her dog passed away. She got so sad. She sang a song and like that revived the dog. I thought something like that was gonna happen.
I thought it would be like also like a story about because you know that guy's dad fucking died or mom depends on what game you play. Then his mom died. I only because like the Nuzlocke is unviolent, so I only don't know about the dad. Did the mom also die? Who knows?
Yeah, they both died. They both
Okay.
like.
It's so funny. A weird thing to say about that character's parents dying, but like, I think it is very funny. It's a funny choice to make when it comes to like writing your game.
God.
But yeah,
That also reminds me, God, it was like I think it was like when the DLC recently came out and like it was about the whole field trip and so like the kids were like, oh, do you guys have your parents' permission? And like Penny's like, oh yeah, I got my dad's permission. It's kind of annoying. And then like Karen and Cetera were like, oh yeah, I got permission. And then and then like
my
the
God.
punchline was just someone using a sad reaction image for Arvin. It was like, oh my God.
it's so fucking mean. God damn it. Maybe they shouldn't set up this kind of joke so easily for us, but like, oh my God.
I know, but help.
It's so funny. God.
Okay, yeah, I found out. I'm gonna like
Oh my God.
post it in stream VC.
Please, please, thank you. I think that's a funny thing specifically about Sword and Shield. Is that like because it's about legacy and it's about like fitting in the role that you're supposed to fit and like fighting your own role.
Mhm.
So many of those characters are just acting 24/7. Those bitches were acting their heart out. None of them were liking what they have going on a lot. But they were just like, I'm dealing with it, and they are not. And I feel like that attracted me to Sword and Shield after everything. Especially Hop. I'm a Hop boy now.
Like, I know Leon's cool and all, but like, it's also really interesting to explore like a kid who has to like live in his brother's shadow and stuff like that. That was really
Yeah.
interesting of a story.
It is. I feel like that's like that's the thing with Leon. Leon's story is about like so many things. It's also about him being trans because I'm talking right now. I'm a streamer.
So true. I still think about that comic. I mean, okay, well, okay, that's a little vague. I mean the comic where like he's like throwing his hat up in the air and then all the cheering voices, like that comic.
Oh yeah, that comic got like a lot of traffic for something I feel like way too depressing. Especially
like, it
because
makes
yeah,
It's a good exploration.
that is true.
And I think the other one was when he was like, it was the Clay Wooloo. I remember that one. That's
Oh,
why.
hell
Like, I think
yeah.
that one got some attention too.
Hell yeah, I'm very glad. That one I genuinely glad. Like sometimes when my art gets a lot of notes and it's not a kind of art that I am super proud of or whatever, like it doesn't feel like my magnum opus or whatever, I get like annoyed when I see it, but like not that comic, not ever.
Mhm.
That comic can do whatever it wants. I give it free reign to do anything. But yeah, it just Leon's whole thing is so I feel like Leon's whole thing is so easy to write about. Even though I am the kind of person who thinks like a lot of people are doing it wrong, and I will not name names, because like that's on me really, because I'm an annoying little bitch. But
Also, wise choice because like this is a recorded stream.
it's fine. Everything has blown over. I can say anything I want. No cop here. But yeah, it's just Leon's a very good muse. You can write so many things about him. But Hop just activates my like big brother instinct. Oh hell yeah! You bring up a very good point, Koskin, in chat of like Sword and Shield. I feel like was one of the first. It not actually that much of the first because like in Unova, for example, you get to see a lot of like dark skinned people. But I feel like it's special for Sword and Shield in a sense because like it's purported to be the UK region, the Pokemon British people. So it's marketed as such. So like when the game came out and there's like first of all no queen and second of all limited white people, it feels honestly really good. Also it couples with just Sword and Shield's character design being like awesome. Oh my god, I just saw the Thank you. Hell yeah, honestly, I kind of soft headcanon Leon to be like South Asian or West Asian as well. And I feel like that's
nice.
I mean like the West Asian part isn't even like headcanon. I feel like that's just in the game. But like what he's got going on can also work very well with like with like South Asian folks in general.
Yeah. What also kills me a little is the fact that like you know how like in Sword and Shield you can cook like curry. No, sorry. Okay, you can cook curry. You can cook curry.
Yeah.
But like it's so funny. It's like, oh, this is a British cuisine. It's like, I mean, not really.
I mean, it's a little bit true, mostly because anything good the British people ever have has come from India. So
Yeah. So I was like, well, it's not really British food, but like.
if Indian people want to be British, like they get to be British, like no charge. Why would you though?
Like, why do you make that choice?
That is such a. You know what? That's something you can definitely get into. But oh boy. Yeah. And it's fun, and I think it's really funny to like contrast that because honestly, like curry is like known as an Indian food. But like the kind of curry that they make in Sword and Shield is pretty distinctly like Japanese curry. So it's a very funny thing to see. But also curry, I feel like curry itself it's large enough of a category that making it like the main food of a game somewhat makes sense. It's really funny to go from that. Not large enough, but like specific enough rather. It's really funny to go from that in Sword and Shield to like sandwich. It's Carvalho. I mean, Scarvalho has more food than just sandwich. Right? I think can you make anything
Yeah.
other than sandwich?
Oh, okay. Well, okay. For a second, I thought you were talking about ingredient variety, but no, you just make sandwiches.
That's so funny. I'm gonna
Yeah,
cry.
and it's also like to the Vietnamese in me. I just see like the sandwiches, and I just think of banh mi again.
It's true. I mean, we do kind of do it the best. Not gonna lie, unbiased 100%.
Yeah, same. Oh, it's curry. Oh, it's banh mi.
Yeah, just so funny. Like curry because like the final product doesn't. It kind of looks like that anyway because it's a stew.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like it isn't as funny as sandwich because like sandwich you can see everything so clearly. So if you put fucked up shit in it, it's just gonna show the fucked up shit.
Yeah, and then meanwhile for Curie, it's like it's a lot more subtle.
Yeah, it's so funny that they made that choice. Like, do they think about that? And it's funny also that like Pokemon Britain gets to have like the curry and Pokemon Spain gets to have the school lunch. To be fair, they do have other food. I'm saying this with like they do have like cafe and shit and they sell other things than just sandwich. Deep curry analysis. I mean, I'm the thing is I'm not South India. I'm not South Asian, and I don't speak any Indian language. So this might just be me being wrong, but my historical factoid bank says that curry was not a word that means specifically that dish. It just means like food or something. So like the British people calling that shit curry was like an Avon kind of situation. Pokemon Subway sandwich. Making the meme of like people be eating Subway and saying that shit suck, brother. You make the sandwich. You did not make the physics though. Ooh. Ah, frick.
Oh, what happened? I mean, like, what dropped?
Something. Somebody just commented on my old stream
Oh,
for some reason. I don't know. I don't understand YouTube. I don't think I want to, honestly. Like, what would it get me? I'm not gonna become a
promo
YouTuber.
SM. Delete. Oh, I feel like this is a bot.
Yeah. The emoji kind of throws me off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's up with that? Honestly, like, not to sound like a simp, but I would play a Pokemon game that is just about like working retail or food service, but in Pokemon World, so I get to see everyone and their Pokemon. Just give me like any menial task game like Power Wash Sim or shit like that, but in Pokemon World. Let me escape. If it bunches up there, it should bunch up more here too. Honestly, yeah. Honestly, I still like the idea of Pokemon Legend Arceus, which is basically a PhD thesis sim for people who get too into researching.
Mm-hmm.
It just the entire point of Pokemon Legend Arceus is just to look at things and catalog them. So I feel like that's actually returns to form for Pokemon. That's basically what a Pokemon mainline game used to be. Just going around looking at things like putting them together, uh, HMO basically. The autism game.
It's like it really is like the autism game made by an autistic person for autistic people.
True, real.
And I'm saying this as an autistic person too. It's like I think I really love that one post that like mentions the different things. Like, oh, you collect different things. You see cool animals, and then one of the notes that someone added like as a reply was like, also making eye contact with someone is seen as a sign of aggression.
It's true. Literally have to dodge around people if you don't want to fight them. It's really funny. But yeah, I miss Pokemon art game. I say as if like I have finished my Pokemon Art Academy run. I need to. I need to get back to my 3DS. I need to hack that shit. But yeah, just Pokemon can do so much weird shit. I feel like for all that like everyone complains so much about anything Pokemon do, all of them still sell. So you can basically do anything forever with that IP and like nobody will it will not suffer at all. Once again coming into the dilemma of corporations, mega corporations being in the best place financially to experiment and they never will. Oh yeah, Coscat in chat says I could never afford Pokemon games as a kid. I could only recently started getting into them. Now that I have more income, but they make those games so expensive. Yeah. This is why we love Lady Yuzu and such. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, just I also didn't really grow up with any game in general because I live in Vietnam. I grew up in Vietnam, and the foreign embargo didn't end until the 90s. And also, I'm poor shit.
Yeah, same. I always like emulated.
Yep. I don't think I've ever actually had like a machine powerful enough to run emulations. My current laptop actually struggled to even run like a virtual box, which I do need for Pi-hole reason. Yep. Just Pokemon in general has like so many whales. You know, like just unconditional buyers who have the spare capital to put in it whenever they want. Like they have the loyalty of extremely rich people. But the dilemma is that they're still beholden to Nintendo execs, so they will never do anything risky because Nintendo is like notoriously fucking a little bitch with like their IPs.
Yeah, God, it always kills me a little too, because like I think like Legends Arceus was like the most like unique in recent years, and that's so good. Please.
Yeah. Imagine what Nintendo could do if they don't rush Game Freak to release a new mainline Pokemon game every like 3 years.
God,
2
right?
even. That's why like I have that embargo on Pokemon games, mainline games. No new Pokemon games until 5 years pass. I'm not touching it until 5 years have passed.
For me, usually like I don't know, because like everyone, because like all my like Nuzlocke friends are busy with like different like full-time jobs and like time zones. We haven't been able to talk as much, but like yeah, it'd be really nice to talk more about Pokemon in general, because especially with like either just like the lore itself or just like our personal Nuzlocks like trying to survive.
Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, me doing this stream is like hugely an invitation for you guys to talk about your original characters whenever you want. In chat and in voice chat if you want to. Cause like I think Aussie's awesome.
I haven't really played Nuzlocke recently because again school, but like I think
Yeah.
like recently like I don't know if I mentioned it before. I remember I played like Scarlet and Violet as a Nuzlocke. I played Scarlet, but like I named everyone after One Piece characters.
Awesome.
It's like funny shenanigans like that's pretty funny. And like oh yeah, I forgot like I'm not sure if people remember, but like the term Nuzlocke is because the guy like the very first comic, the very first Nuzlocke of the guy who drew like his experiences, like the name came because like he got attached to like his Nuzleaf and he named it after John Locke because like he was super into like the show Lost at the time.
Yeah.
And like that's so funny how like Lost has like no relevancy today, but like Nuzlocke remained.
The way the language developed is so interesting, especially online. Because like a lot of it is like word of mouth, and a lot of people who have like access to that language without like the context. So like seeing it develop like that is always really fun. Oh yeah, Cosca and Chess is I feel like they miss out on long term though. Like I was in the target audience age bracket and I could have consistently bought their games, so they just make them a bit cheaper. Correct. Sadly, Nintendo is a corporation, and no corporation escaped the hold of their shareholders, and the model of having a shareholder is that like you have to return their shares. You have to make their shares more valuable, and what a share is and how valuable it is entirely reliant on how much people agree it is. So you have to create hype. You have to be valued highly by economic experts. You have to have like good outlooks and shit. You have to constantly push out new bullshit that nobody ever wants, and you have to have profit. You have to have more profit every year. You don't even have to, like, you know, normal people would consider that having profits already pretty fucking good. Breaking even would be the goal. But corporations don't work like that, and which is why they suck, and we should not have them anymore.
Especially with like new news like the riot layoffs. It's like man.
Yeah, just like profit and the bottom lines are intrinsically tied, but also like on paper have close to nothing to do with each other. Games companies can have like record high like profit and lay off all of the staff. I'm also mad about this, if you can't tell. Okay, it just Pokemon stocks and Pokemon bonds.
God.
Pokemon Bull and Pokemon Bear. This is a rogue, so I'm gonna give her
Pokemon coins.
Oh my god. Pokemon. No, I don't. I'm not finishing that joke.
What? Pokemon communism versus Pokemon
No,
capitalism?
No, that would be normal. Pokemon inflation and Pokemon deflation.
Oh right, because people take that the wrong way.
Yep. I'm not. Just something. Pokemon price is dependent on the situation in the economy, and massive inflation is affecting the price. Search Pokemon inflation to know more. saying this on like a charity stream feels maybe a little bit weird. I know fucking rubber souls probably don't exist yet in D&D, but I want to give this character the rubber soul because it's quieter and she's a rogue. How should these boots be cut?
Stop the prodding of the body, test the gag reflex, got the flinching muscle
Oh,
down.
I fucking forgot I wanted to put like a knee pad or something here. I can add it then. Wait, what class is she again? Arcane Trickster. I don't know what any of that means. For someone who likes writing, I'm so usually not a D&D person. It's sad. It's a little bit sad. Like, I love looking at everyone's D&D characters and what you have in mind for them. But boy oh boy, that system is not accessible to me. I just don't think like that. If you make me write a story like with that system, I would cry. A lot of people ask me, oh my god, I need to finish the fucking speed paint thing that I promised everyone. But yeah, a lot of people ask me like over time that like, you know, how do I make up clothes and stuff? And it's hard to. I feel like it's not productive to just say that. I don't know, like they would be wearing what is necessary, and then they will be wearing things that they like. Like, the question comes down to what is your character as a person? How is your character as a person? Just I don't know. Ask your character. Conclusion. Ask your character. But like that is kind of my logic whenever I make up like clothes or designs on the go. I always prefer to call them designs rather than clothes in the end. Like I like drawing clothes, but what I draw is like character designs. I don't draw clothes on their own. That feel like no appeal to me. Oh, Rebel Souls were invented in 1892. I feel like that's a little bit still a little bit behind when like, you know, a typical rogue would have been a thing. But that's cool to know. Hey, don't do that. So like if I put a knee pad on that leg, it's kind of implied that that's the leg that that's the knee that she lands on. You know, stuff like that. So I guess like it's helpful for me to start with extremely basic question like, is your character like left-handed or right-handed? How do they handle specific tools?
Yeah, form follows function, function follows form.
Yep. You guys probably learn about that in like proper schooling.
Oh yeah, that just happened to be like a phrase that like my professor for like a wildlife, like how to draw animals class
Yep.
told us about like, oh, like the muscles of this animal would have to mean like this, or like kind of like how like obviously a carnivore would have sharp teeth, stuff like that.
Yep. It really is like that. Like the muscles only have so many ways to pull the bones along. So like if something looks like a specific way, it will move a specific way, just because that would be like the functions available to that body. Uh, which makes it very fun when it doesn't move like that, which would imply that something is not the way that it looks. And I feel like that's also very fun to play with. But it does have to follow that the rest of your world has to be typical enough for that to be picked up on.
Yeah.
Everything is in conversation with each other. Probably one reasons why like I don't love playing D&D is like the world creates a character. For as much of a character oriented like media purveyor as I am, uh I feel like characters really only work in their intended environment. To bring them outside of that would need like so much justification in general. And the character works best when they're in like an environment made for them. I'm talking about characters as if like they are like zoo animals, which they kind of are. But yeah. So like a D&D character would be pretty specific to the D&D world, and I don't really have any like affinity for a world like that. Also, I don't like math.
Yeah.
It's so funny that they say that you're here to roleplay, and then I roll in and like it's all math. D&D is a trick by big math to make you do math.
It deceived us. It's like those mimic treasure chests.
Yeah, it's true. What do you mean if I want my character to my beloved little boy to survive this encounter? I have to do math. It's the same as like becoming an astronaut. That sounds like super cool. You're going into the star, and then turns out requires so much fucking math. I was skimming on some details again, I think. God. I honestly, you know what? I shouldn't ever apologize for getting people into Pokemon Sword and Shield. Because I drew fucking Detroit Become Human fan art before, and that bar has been raised like exponentially.
Your redemption arc, you've gotten past that.
True, real. I'm still a little bit proud of what I drew for Detroit Become Human. I'm not proud that I've ever drawn it, like, conceptually. But, like, what I did for that was pretty fucking good, looking back. The one thing I regret is, like, getting people in my DM or inbox saying, like, I pick up DBH because of you. And I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that.
It was like, out of all the media you could have picked up, you had to pick this.
Yeah. Like, I draw this.
Get to Mob Psycho.
Yeah, I draw this because I have a disease. You don't have to follow me into it.
It's like, please, at least like try Mob Psycho 100 or try Pokemon, like, oh, for the love of God.
Yeah, of all things, it's gotta be fucking bad. People were saying like Detroit Become Human was 3D too. and like years out, looking back, first of all, like that graphic is already outdated because like doing realistic looking graphic is doomed for that anyway. Looking back at
Mm-hmm.
like fucking Resident Evil 7, already it looks like crunchy,
Yeah.
even though like that game still looks good, but like it's already crunchy just because like that's the speed that uh graphics move now. But also Detroit Become Humans, just art like direction in general sucks shit.
Yeah, like literally this is why games like Okami will always stand the test of time because like
Yeah.
it's about the art direction, not like how many pores you can have on someone's face.
Yep. Just like you kind of look back at Detroit Become Human and you kind of realize how I don't know chrome everything looks.
Literally that SpongeBob episode where like he went to the future and everything just looked bad.
Yes.
Everything just like looked like they got sprayed.
Yeah. It just over smooth and
Mhm.
lack of it just lacks any like personality or color in general. Uh it should have followed through with like its like entire like futuristic thing.
Mhm.
Instead it has that weird like Zlatko section where a random uh, East European guy has like an entire mansion, but like in old school ways.
Mhm.
And I've always maintained that like because it's a story about robots and there are absolutely definitely no real world problems whatsoever, it should have like committed to that and just make that guy into like a tech guy, a tech bro.
Mhm. He's
Who,
trying to shill NFTs.
yeah, sure. He has like an automated like house. Everything is like fucking fingerprint access or like voice activated, whatever weird shit that like future world would have in store. uh and he's interested in helping the characters not because they need help but because he wants to help them, and that would make sense. Instead we have like a weird East European caricature that fits in nowhere and literally makes the game looks worse in general, like visual wise. Oh my god, Koskin, I'm sorry, but also honestly, Mood. One of my favorite fics ever was still is still like Detroit Become Human fic. It's a fic about Karna discovering like an android called about leaving their android body and entering the web to live as a hive mind. That shit is so awesome. And every time I read that, I'm like, this is a DBH fic. This is a fic based on Detroit Become Human.
Yeah, I don't read fan fiction unless you count like Pokemon Nuzlocke comics.
I
So
mean,
like I'm kind of like I kind of get that like people being very very creative with the premise and then you have to remember the source material. It's like wait.
I feel like it's weird to bring that up right now, mostly because of like the subject matter. But CJ the X recently did uh, release a video about the Fulcher incest commercial.
Oh my god, I forgot that
Yeah,
existed.
and they spent like half of that video reading and commenting on a fic for the commercial.
Of what?
The video
Someone
literally
would have to be publicly executed. Someone has to answer for that the crime.
the thing is that like I mean like you guys should watch that video because it's really good. Just like that fic, like despite everything, it's just weirdly good. Uh, and that is kind of like the point of it a little bit. And like I understand that too because I also like to do things where like I make shitposts see things weirdly good or like high effort because judging if something is good or not is a little bit hard. Like that is the job for me, is that like things that don't shouldn't take that much effort takes that much effort, etc, etc.
I mean, like, the beauty of art is like you can make anything like funny or like investing.
Yeah.
It's
It.
like if anything, it's also like extra tricky if it's like you can do both,
Yep.
which is I think it's like something like only like for example maybe Mob Psycho 100 or One Punch Man can do pretty well.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. The philosophy that I've discovered after everything everywhere all at once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God.
The Brennan Lee Mulligan saying of everything is both deeply silly and deeply important, and that means like a lot of things to me. And I've been trying to let myself write about absurd things more, and don't try to try to make them serious, and let their gravity speak for themselves, even through like
Right.
the weird shit that they are, you know.
It's like I don't know how to put it in words. It's like see to believe, I guess, or like you have to experience it for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the beauty with art. You can just interact with it and appreciate it in any way possible. Like I guess like for example, everyone makes fun of Kingdom Hearts, but like even though like there are really funny moments, they're still like very earnest.
Yeah.
Which is something I appreciate a lot more, especially with like how the MCU is like, oh, that
Oh,
just happened,
yeah.
or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah. I I feel like, yeah, Kingdom Heart. I don't grow up with Kingdom Heart, and I don't grow up with the culture around it either. So like mostly I'm foreign to it, but I watched like a Wayne Radio TV series that he did of like marathoning Kingdom Heart 1 and 2.
Oh yeah,
And
for the charity.
yeah, and then I watched that, and like I can still pick out like specific like direction that that game went in, like with intention.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
It's like I
how
think it just really worked.
some of it doesn't work, but I can still see it. You know.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, because like it sounds weird if it's like, oh, we're gonna cross over Disney and Final Fantasy,
Yeah.
but then when you think about it, it's like, oh, they're both focused on like magic, and then like how that can be like a very metaphorical to literal like depiction of like emotions or like personhood stuff like that. So like, oh, that's what really works, and like, them going hard with it.
Yeah.
It's enjoyable both ironically and unironically.
Yeah. I watched that and I noticed immediately that like a lot of Kingdom Heart is about location, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The way that the Disney world is ported into the Kingdom Heart world is through like locations. It's a world that you go to. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
at the beginning of that story, Sora watches like his friends leave their hometown, leaving like their home, and he follows them, and then eventually he cannot go back anymore.
Yeah, like that was like harrowing to me as a little kid. It was
Yeah,
like your whole island literally gets destroyed in like this apocalypse of darkness and stuff
yeah,
like that. And then like you don't even know if your friends are alive, so like this is why like you and this new magic keyblade you get in your hand, like you have to look for them in the vain hope that they are somewhere out there, stuff like that.
yeah. And then like you know like the whole conceit of it, like the thing that is named after Kingdom Heart is a door.
Yeah.
And like the main weapon that you wield is a keyblade that is used to open doors. I feel like
Yeah, like
that game is anything but subtle. It's many things. It's not subtle.
yeah, I love how it's like it's so in your face, but also like at least like it's very earnest and
Yeah,
genuine with that sort of stuff. And then also like Sora, he like not really spoiler, but
yeah,
like he literally like sacrifices, he stabs himself with the sword to
yeah.
release his heart in order to save his friends and stuff like that. I was like, whoa, that was like really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I think like that is an element of coolness that really has been become like somewhat lost with especially the MCU, but like a lot of like modern media,
Yeah, it's like
corporate
don't be
media.
afraid.
Yeah,
Don't be afraid to be earnest or like have some genuine like heart in it.
yeah. You have to be earnest for it to be cool. Really,
hmm
irony doesn't feel cool anymore. Oh, does she have?
It's giving
Yes,
original
yes.
fiction disguised as fan fiction vibes.
It's
Yeah, pretty
true.
much. Plus, like, it's also really funny because, like, when I was looking up, like, the production of it, like, apparently,
Mhm.
like, it was originally, like, very, very tame. It's like, oh, it was like, oh, Maleficent is just, like, the final boss. That's gonna be a simple story for little kids. And then, like, the Final Fantasy director, like, pulled aside, like, the Kingdom Hearts director, and it was like, no, you have to make this, like, you can't treat the kids stupid. You have to treat them seriously and give them, like, an actual story. and stuff like that. So let me look up the final boss of Kingdom Hearts because I remember being like a little kid and being like, "What is that? What is that?" Amazed, but also like a really new revelation for experience to me. But also, it's just really funny.
It's great. Honestly, it's great. I always am in the spirit of, you know, treating kids with like the dignity that they deserve as, intelligent living beings. I'm uh I want one day to do like work in children's media. Uh that dream is mostly unrealized right now because I'm not acquainted with anything. I'm very bad at like networking in general. Uh, so like the fact that like people chip in for this drive, the sketch commission drive that we're currently doing, is like huge to me. Cause I'm
Yeah,
so bad at communicating anything.
but yeah, it's good because like you're using the arts in order to like help more people and like art is like communication and like sharing things like sharing like images, sharing ideas, sharing like all these things. I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah.
It's good. It's really I'm really happy that this like I was like, able to do this and like have it like have something come of it. Like genuinely, if I can even get like one esim uh to like the esim like foundry, the email that they use to collect esims, this is like already a huge win for me because like that is what I wanted to do myself but couldn't due to legal circumstances, uh which is to say that like my credit card fuck shit is like extensive, uh as in like I'm I said this in the tag of that first donation post, the first like announcement post, but I will say it again here. Like, uh, my credit card currently is not recognized as either Visa or an ATM card. So internationally, it holds like no water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Need to mute for a hot second. Sorry, my throat just fucked up. But yeah, it uh so like I wanted to do this work myself, get the esim myself, but straight up I could not. None of the esim that the place they are currently offering works with like my kind of credit card, and so I wanted to do this to like you know uh work around that a little bit and like get my effort in. Because if it's a normal commission and I could send my money in like normally, I would still be buying eSIM. So, you know, cut out the third person, etc. Uh, but yeah, I feel like a lot of my ambition in general, if I can even use that word, because I don't think I have that, but a lot of my, I guess, bucket list when it comes to art, the only thing currently that I feel like actually hampers it is that I have limited degrees and no actual connection to anyone. I want to do like there are so many things I want to do. I want to do uh a visual novel. That's a word. What just happened? Hello?
Huh? What?
Oh, did you just say anything? I
Oh no,
heard
I didn't say
something.
anything. I was quiet.
Okay, I just heard something. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I wanted to do like a visual novel. I have been wanting to do a visual novel. That is in the style of a dating sim, but it is a mentor recruitment sim.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah. So you play as like a third year college uh, student, so like about to graduate, you chose a major that coincidentally has been seeing some hardship recently,
Oh.
and your job prospect doesn't seem good, and you don't really have any connection in this city outside of your best friend, and your housing just got fucking shafted, so you move to like a, a, a weird neighborhood that doesn't seem that bad, but like the price is low because you live with like interesting characters in the same neighborhood block. And among those characters, by the end of the game, you would choose one to become like your mentor,
Oh,
and they will give you a new job. There you go. This is the first sketch.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Should I do tones for this? Why not, right?
I
Honestly,
feel like you already have like a little of the hatching for shading.
that is true. But like, I feel like with characters like this, with like a very distinct skin tone, like chosen, you know, that's something that the uh person who drew this sketch, and like the person who have this the person who has this OC, like they chose that skin tone for them. I just wanted to work that in, try my best to. What is this layer? What the fuck have I been doing on this layer? Why is it here? I don't know. Oh yeah, I think I just started it. I just awesome. Anyways. Oh, this is actually a lot darker than I like expected. But yeah, I wanted to do that. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I need to start writing that probably sometime soon. uh, and then like at least after I have like the main part like drafted out, I can actually start seeing the scope of it and what else I would require. Like for example, if I need music, I will have to commission someone because I don't know shit about music. Yeah, I kind of assume I would be able to do all of the art assets myself, but like perhaps that would not be the case because it's a visual novel, so there will be a lot of art. Uh, I will be if I need like additional outside of the box programming, I will probably not be able to figure that out myself. So if I don't get like straight up a programmer, or then I would have to get like help on that, etc., etc. But yeah, that's something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and I just need to fucking kickstart in the next 12 years or something. That's one thing I want to do. I want to do like a children's book someday. I would be so very happy to illustrate a children's book. Now that, especially now that I feel like I've gone somewhere with like my illustration stuff in general. Oh hell yeah, fellow Sonic enjoyer in chat. Huskit. I think Sonic is awesome. Sonic is also something that like I kind of the same as Kingdom Heart, where it's genuinely is at its his best as a character when as a character when you like enjoy him like unironically. Like ironic Sonic is fun, but also like I feel like the rest of it, oh, his fun, his like best part is when he's enjoying doing the things that he does so very openly. You know, he just loves running, and when you play it, and like the game is good at translating that feeling to you, and then like you can feel it, and you don't feel like you have to be cool about it. I think that is like the best when Sonic is at his best.
Also, like Sonic Adventure 2's story, it's like
Oh yeah,
it
it's
did not have to go
insane.
so hard, but like it did. And also, I can absolutely cannot wait to see how the movie may try to adapt it.
Same, same. I was like, oh damn, I don't know what they will be doing to it or with it in Sonic 3, but I cannot wait to see it. It will
From
be
what I
either be
remember.
like insane or a shit show, and either way, it's gonna be enjoyable. Uh,
Exactly. I remember like everyone was like checking the ratings that like the like audience ratings, and they were like, oh, this girl's absolutely getting shot. I was like, oh man.
awesome.
I wonder.
Yeah, I enjoy that. Recently I've been thinking some about like Shadow and
It's a really
like
nice story.
yeah, and I think like
Like,
the way that Sonic people write Shadow as like slightly cocky, you know, that I've recently taken to interpret as like a kind of sureness of himself in both that like he is created to be good, you know, and also
Yeah.
like he works towards it because the people who created him wanted him to be good and he loved them.
Yeah, it's a really interesting story because again, I know people like joke about Shadow being like
Yeah,
super edgy and all that, but like, I mean, given the backstory,
it's so
and
fair.
then
I always like the fact that Shadow was created as like a medical assistant kind of creature. He was
yeah, and
created
then
for
like
like medical reasons.
yeah, and then like he basically became like the little or like the baby brother to Maria, and then like they had the good like family relationship, and then like it's kind of like the Mewtwo story too. Like Mewtwo was also friends with a child. I know she was a
Yeah.
clone, but still. And like the whole and like both Maria and like the girl that Mewtwo befriended, they were both like, don't like take your rage out on humanity, do something like
Hell yeah.
good, stuff like that. It was like, oh, that's really sweet.
It's really sweet. It's really nice. It has like a kind of love towards the character that they are, and also like just the world we live in general. That I feel like if you don't share it or feel something like it when you write them, it will feel like really weird and
Yeah.
like cheesy. But like if you put your heart into it, it becomes really special.
Shadow the Hedgehog, Roxas Kingdom Hearts, the list goes on. Oh, honestly, like, I think it's also because, like, a character who's not human, but, like, the thing is, they're still a person,
Yeah,
you know? So, like,
that
that's
is
something
true.
really interesting to explore and stuff like that.
Man, speaking of, I really need to draw that fucking comic that I wanted to draw for like that one OC. You remember
Ooh?
Lack, right?
No, I don't think oh, wait, the one with the Froakie, right?
Yep, that's them. Uh, in their canon that only exists in my head right now and nowhere else because I don't tell anyone about anything ever. Uh, they have a sister who is technically like a weird mutated what's the fucking Pokemon's name? I fucking forgot. Ditto. Like the escape
Try
from
to describe
somewhere. Yeah. And
try
like
to describe the Pokemon to me. I could try to help.
oh no, yeah, it's a Ditto. I just remembered.
Oh, Ditto,
Yeah.
yes.
So she's just like technically both of them are transgender because Ditto doesn't technically have a gender, but she wants to be a girl, so now she's a girl. Yeah. So like kind of picked her up like near a river, and like brings her home, and that whole story is about like having a Ditto in the house and Lack's mother wanting a perfect daughter, so to say.
Oh,
Yeah, and Lack like not being not a daughter, and that's kind of why they ran away a little bit. And the little girl, her name is Micha. That's the name that like the mother gives her to. So like she names her. She names Lack too. Uh, uh, the little girl Micha, she got pretty fucking mad at the mother, and she did stay though because Lack wanted her to stay and like protect their mother. And after a long while, only with her blessing that she left to find Lack in the world. That was like literally years after. I wanted to draw that, but I have not. I have no
That's still a really
excuse.
nice.
Yeah.
And that's still a really nice concept because, like, again, Ditto is like it's like, oh, haha, jokey Pokemon. Look, it's a cute, it's a silly little face. But like, I do love like creative like expansions upon the idea, either for serious purposes or like comedic purposes. Like, I think so far, like aside from the Pokemon anime, like in game, there's only been like the Alolan side quests
Yeah.
and where you like find the Ditto, and it's implied that like, oh, who knows, like there are Ditto who can turn into people, but like the reason why you caught these Dittos is because they couldn't speak. So imagine if Ditto could talk, and there's like this slow pan in on the police guy who's implied
Yeah.
to be a Ditto, which is fun. But yeah, like it's really neat to like see cool things like that. It's like a shape shifting Pokemon who could like be who's is like a person, stuff like that.
Yeah. It's just like obviously it will end up like a trans comic because once again I'm the streamer and I'm here. Uh but I feel like that's like just a general like a good way to explore the idea of identity
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
and like just how personhood is tied to how you treat other people, like what you who you deem a person and what you do with them.
Yeah, exactly.
uh Very much relevant right now, but like yeah, otherwise.
Mm-hmm. It's like, listen, like even though they're not human or like the same quote unquote as you, in any sense, like how would you treat them? How would you consider them a person? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
God, that reminds me. There's like this edgy game
Mhm.
called like Prototype and something like that.
Mhm.
You know, like the horror movie The Thing, where it's like that assimilation, like
Uh-huh.
shape-shifting monster.
Oh yeah.
There's basically that like as a virus. It's like it's basically the thing in like Resident Evil, like a zombie apocalypse happening. So like you wake up as like the main character is this guy called Alex Mercer. He wakes up. It's like he has no idea of who he is, but like he assimilates memories by like eating people because like turns out he has virus powers and shapeshifts and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, I remember
So
that.
like
That
yeah,
was
like, oh,
like that had to do.
2009.
Oh yeah. I think like one of the games from the haunted PS1 people
Mm-hmm.
did something like that too recently. More recently, I don't remember exactly what year they did that in, but like it's like a retro looking like PS1 style third person action game. So it is the way that it is,
Ooh.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it's fun.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like what's really interesting is how like at the end of the game you realize that it's like the Alex you played as, it was like that wasn't actually Alex, it was Alex, sorry. It was actually like Alex got killed when he released the virus, but when the virus was released, Alex died. So the Alex quote unquote you're playing as is actually the virus that took over the guy's body and
Oh,
body
awesome.
snatched the
Oof.
actual Alex. And
Wait,
didn't know the whole time. It was like, oh, it's like the Sixth Sense. You were dead the whole time.
wait,
So basically, you played.
that's so close to Resident Evil Village, actually.
Yeah, I no. But the thing is, like, Ethan, he died. He's still himself,
Yeah,
but like he kept his consciousness through sheer
yeah,
willpower and like family.
yeah,
But like, for Prototype, it was literally like the whole twist was that you were actually like the virus.
yeah.
You were like the thing, but you didn't realize you were the thing. So like, the thing virus that took over the body of a guy and assumed he was that guy the whole time until realizing the truth. And it was like, oh whoa, that was like really cool. That was impressive. But yeah, like it was really interesting because like there's like so much potential to explore such a character who's like the thing virus ditto monster that
Oh,
kills and
yeah.
eats people and then realizes that even his name Alex Mercer is someone else's and not his own and stuff like that. But like
Oh, yeah.
oh god, the sequel game is so bad like because the entire team got laid off.
Oof.
So
Well,
they have a completely different team working on the sequel. And so like unfortunately one of the main writers for the sequel was like a superhero writer. So they
Oh,
just threw
no.
all that interesting character stuff out the window. It was like, you know, all those interesting premises about like this inhuman monster who body snatches and steals identities and stuff like that. And it's like, no, we're gonna turn into a generic villain. He's gonna turn to Albert Wesker against the whole world, and he wants to like infect everyone and stuff like that. It's like,
oops.
wow,
Well,
how could you throw that all away? I hate y'all.
sad. Well, we can't have everything, I guess. or anything in
Like from
general.
what I remember, like literally everyone completely disavows like the sequel. Like no one likes Prototype 2.
Well, it truly be the way that it is. Just
Mm-hmm.
the way that like game used to license their name is so funny. Where like the Super Mario Brothers 2 used to be Doki Doki Panic in Japan.
Yeah. Oh my
Just
god.
just reskin shit all the time.
It's like sometimes it's just like you think about the things that could have been, or like the stuff that went downhill. It's like damn, damn.
Yeah, just a little bit yikes, but also making game is hard.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you have to do it with a completely different team.
Yep. Yep.
So like, how do you mess up like the very stories and like? Because like of the sequel, like for example, they set up like this particular like villain character is like pariah
Hmm.
and stuff like that. But like the sequel game has no mention of it, despite like the first game doing everything to like set up this potential like shadowy figure and stuff like that. I was like, damn,
Yeah.
okay.
Awesome. Extremely great. Looking at this in the language of Silent Hill is giving me an aneurysm, but like, oh baby.
Oh god. Are you ready for the Silent Hill quote unquote reboot? Because I'm not.
I want Silent Hill 40 and Silent Hill Townfall and nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. Like Silent Hill 4, I have hope for that, but like, I don't want to see the remake for Silent Hill 2. Get that out of here.
Yeah, I'm like, I honestly, like, straight up, I have no bandwidth to care about it as a
Mhm.
project, as a product. Like, I would not even look at it because I already have Silent Hill 2, baby.
Yeah.
Just Konami, I feel like their current model of outsourcing everything has some merit to it because Konami just sucks shit as a management, like company in general. So honestly, maybe other people doing their job would be better. But
Mhm.
also sometimes they outsource that job to people who don't do it well. So we will have Silent Hill Ascension and Silent Hill remake, Silent Hill 2 remake. But hopefully Silent Hill 40 will be good.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Isn't Silent Hill 40 written by the guy who wrote like that one insane web visual novel back then?
I have no idea, but like I remember this
I
called like
think.
Team Bloober, which that
Oh,
doesn't inspire it's still much hope.
oh no, that's Silent Hill 2 remake. The Silent Hill 40
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
think
okay.
was like made was it's gonna be written by the guy who made like Umineko or something.
Oh yeah, I think yeah, I think that is the case. Like oh.
Yeah, so that's gonna be insane. Either good
Mhm.
or bad, but definitely not gonna be normal. But I'm looking forward to that. I hope it's gonna be good. I would love for it to be good. But yeah, and that and Silent Hill Townfall, which is Annapurna Interactive, and I have not really looked at other Annapurna stuff other than like Stories Untold. And the one thing I really like Story Untold, but it is also like disappointing near the end.
Yeah, God.
They special Annapurna people seem to specialize in like interactive storytelling rather than like game.
Mhm.
And that would be perfectly fine for me. I love when they say things and then I click. I'm perfectly fine with that kind of games. It's
Ace
just
Attorney.
yeah, basically just visual novel, but even less visual. Uh, but that would obviously depend on whether the story is good or not. And like,
Yeah, it's like please be good.
please be good. I would love for it to be good.
We're like on our hands and knees at this point. Jesus.
Yeah. Every single Silent Hill fan has been like eating so terribly these last years that they would eat any crumbs.
Meanwhile, like I think Resident Evil's still going pretty strong, especially with the Resident Evil 4 remake just now.
Yeah, oh, Resident Evil 4 remake is so good. It's insane how good that game is.
Right, like I was so worried because like Resident Evil 4 is all like the original was like already so solid. Like how could they
Yeah.
beat perfection? I was like, damn, this is a really solid remake.
Straight up, I was like, I was watching my friend Mim play that
Mhm.
on stream, and I'm like, maybe I think like the gore is not like vivid enough. It's very wet, but also like it's kind of desaturated and like dark looking. if it's like meat red like the original, it would be a lot more awesome. And then like in the DLC with fucking what's her name, Ada, they straight up like make it look redder. It's so good. That DLC is so good. Ada Wong is so hot in that game. It's
Yeah, true.
straight
Real,
up so,
real.
so much hotter than the original too, which is hard to do, but they made it. They managed it. I think like it's gotten to like a point where it's gonna be very interesting in the next few years for Resident Evil, because they're coming up to Resident Evil 5 and 6. And Resident Evil 6, I still think is an underrated masterpiece in storytelling that does not care about its players.
Yeah, oh god.
Like, that game exists because it wants to exist. Literally, it does not give a shit that you don't like it. And I think that's awesome. But Silent Hill, no, not, but Resident Evil 5 is a game.
It exists.
Oh my god, I don't know what they will be doing with that game in a remake, if they do a remake of it. It
Okay,
would be,
they just need the boulder punch. They just need the boulder punch. That's it. That's all I need in
yeah.
life.
They just need to also still throw Wesker into a volcano, otherwise it's fine. That's the thing, like
Get rid of that man now.
yeah.
It's like, I
Wesker
still
is
love
so-
how it's so much of that possible. You're fighting in a volcano. Chris punches a boulder. Sheva has to try to survive like climbing that QTE.
yeah.
But yeah, like you literally get to blow up the eugenicist. That's like the best thing you can ever do.
Yep. It's just I wish it I guess like the one thing that they could do with the remake is to make it not as violently 2000 and 2010 in terms of depiction of brown people.
Yeah, like that's my biggest gripe, obviously. But like I think that kind of goes without saying.
Yeah. It's just like it's because like whatever when it comes to like gameplay or whatever, we don't talk about that yet, but when it comes to just straight up like writing and character writing and like optics, basically, when it comes to writing, they have been doing very well with like the remakes.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, they have done well even with like quote unquote modern Resident Evil games, to compare it to like modern Pokemon games of
Oh
like
god.
yeah of like from Resident Evil 7 onward, like they work their character work is like solid. They haven't done anything like fucked up yet. And like so far it's just been like perfectly enjoyable, like solid horror games. So the Resident Evil 5 remake is gonna be extremely interesting when it comes to that, because fixing that game optics wise is gonna be hard.
Yeah, like there's a lot to have to like improve and be like less racist, but like as
Yeah.
long as you're blowing up the eugenicist with blonde hair and blue eyes, that's still like that's a good start.
Yep.
Keep that, please.
Definitely have to keep that. And from what we get to see with like Resident Evil 4, they are going to keep that.
Oh hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah. And like
But yeah.
I feel optimistic, especially with how they handled Carlos in Resident Evil 3.
Yes, I love him so much, and especially
Yeah.
like his redesign is so cool.
Yep. It's really, really good. Like, honestly, Carlos in the original is the most nothingly designed character ever.
Right, like
And then,
it's
like-
like Leon but like longer hair, I guess.
Yeah. And then like they made him into the fan favorite through one single remake. And like that's really good. I hope they keep that up. It's really funny though, especially with like specifically Ada. I mean, a little bit in that sense, Jill Valentine too.
Yeah, like I think Jill Valentine. Well, they don't really state it much in the canon, but like I think her mother is Japanese and her dad's white.
Yeah,
But like they don't really like mention that she's Asian.
yeah, and also like just their designs in general, where and also like Ashley like they do rework the characters, to make them look less like they are not supposed to be there, you know.
Yeah, like her outfit, like they give her a coat that's more suitable for like the weather and stuff like that.
Yeah, they get. I think it's really funny. They gave Ashley like the Hillary Clinton coat.
Oh,
That's on me. It makes sense though because like she's literally like the child of like
Yeah.
the U.S. president. Of course, she would have the Hillary coat, but like I think it's very funny to see it. And also like they turned her skirt into skirt, which is like both a very good design choice and as like a location appropriate design choice and a character choice. Like that's really good. Like she would wear skirt. You're so right.
Mm-hmm.
And
Also, I'm still not worth the fact she gets to like, there's like the whole part where she control like, is the crane or something, right? It was
yeah.
so good.
Genuinely, like every single action that is ridiculous and the original RE4 got kept in. I think
I'm so grateful.
Yep. I think it's
We're
just
so
like
grateful.
great because and also like I love Resident Evil 4 or the original one for what it is. And like the art direction in that game is phenomenal. 2000 late 2000 late women character aside. I mean, Leon also got extremely objectified in that game, so. But yeah. Okay, also, this commission is finished.
Ooh,
The
nice.
sketch commission. I might do a funny thing where I do this to make like the lines easier to see. Hell yeah. Sketch commission, baby. Thank you, Mermaid. Tumblr user Mermaid for contributing to the drive and getting a sketch commission from me for the esim for Gaza drive. We are going to move on to the next. Actually, God, I just said that and then I saw that like her tunic is like basically the same value as her skin, and I feel like I want to change that.
You can tweak it a little if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is good. Also, my friend played just subscribe. Thank you. This is my YouTube channel where I do nothing but like post bots and stuff. So, welcome to this. Okay. Put everything in this folder. What the fuck was I talking about? Okay, yeah. RE4 original one. I love the colors. I love how insane it is. I love how over the top it is. Could not parse a lot of that game. It was pretty hard to follow that game, like, story-wise for me. Just because, like, shit just kinda happened. You know? But, like, with the remake, you actually feel, like, a general sense of cohesion. With, like, the setting and stuff. Okay, Koskit, your commission is now up. If you're sleeping right now, hope you sleep well. Don't worry about it. I got, Koskit sent their, reference through Tumblr DM. So, I think I can actually open a new tab with this. Instead of, like, with, email where I have to drag and drop. This is a drawing, so this is a choice. A character design choice, so damn, Koskis is... I think Koskis went to sleep, so
Oh yeah, makes sense.
I kinda wanted... I think they... Okay, they did say that I can draw him with one horn or three, it doesn't matter.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, he has either one horn or three. I'm gonna be copying the references into Sai right now. His name is Dionysus, and I'm not sure if this is actually the actual Greek god or just a guy who also is named Dionysus. Which, like, you know, from the design of him, it can go either way. If Kuska's still here, feel free to elaborate on your character. This character kind of seems to be implied to be like to have something to do with like Pan rather, especially from like the horn here.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Like the first two, I think.
Yeah.
And there is like the wine goblet, so I think this is still like Diogenes. Words are hard.
Don't worry about it. I know who we talking about. This guy got the acrylics going on there.
Ooh, nice.
Uh. Alright. I have saved. If you are drawing, please also save, unless you don't want
Please
to.
save.
In that case, don't.
Oh, the cornucopia.
Yeah.
And then, oh yeah, that doesn't really. I did also upload the icons after so long. I was like, jumping back and forth between just like tweaking that and just like I'm working on a graphic for my art club. So.
Oh, I finally got back to the server. I saw the Kingdom Hearts final boss.
Oh yeah, this is like crazy image.
It's so wild actually. Like, you can just play game as a kid and get to see like a skinned demon. You know, the kind of demons with no skin.
Mm-hmm.
That was such a popular design choice, and I can understand it goes hard as fuck, but also like for a kid game, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Like, your rival character in like Kingdom Hearts, like he gets that as his suit, like when he turns evil and stuff. And like,
Yeah.
if you change that purple color to red, that game would immediately turn M-rated.
Yeah, it's just like these choices. To be fair, it does go hard as shit, and that's why a lot of people still love Kingdom Hearts to this day. But holy fuck.
Yeah, like God, that was so intense.
Oh damn, it's like almost 5. I think I will stream until 7 at most,
Oh, okay.
because dinner. I spent 3 hours on that. Actually, I don't think I spent as much as 3 hours, mostly because pre-stream took a while. But otherwise,
Like, let me like backtrack to the timestamp of this video.
does
think.
YouTube say it? Twitch
I'm
says
like-
it now, but
I'm just like doing the mental math. I'm like looking back and like hovering my cursor over like the timestamp or like the time bar thing.
mm.
So stream so far has been about 3 hours and 15 minutes, but let's see.
Do you think this guy should get like a titty window? I feel like
That's
he
a
would
really
be
good
into
idea,
it.
honestly.
Yeah, he would
Yeah,
be
that's a
into
really
it,
nice
I
idea.
think.
Would there also have to be a titty window or nipple window to be more accurate for like the piercings? Because I also just noticed when looking closer.
That is true. I don't know. I want to draw the piercing. I'm going to be honest, because like just because it's hard to work around that. Like with like ear piercing, it's on the ear. You don't put other things on the ear mostly. But like with like nipple piercing or like belly button piercing and stuff like that, like clothes go there.
Yeah, so like, oh god, wearing a bra or wearing a shirt or wearing anything that like would chafe against it, ouch.
Yeah, just ooh. There have to be choices made for that. It's not easy to. Oh, he has like his wine goblet. Seems to look more like a martini glass.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
That is a choice. I say that so neutrally. I'm not judging or whatever. Like, I say things in a weird, like, ways sometimes, mostly because, you know, I don't speak English outside of online. So every time I speak anything in English, I have received comments before that says that my voice is like monotone, which is fair, cause like emoting in English is hard.
Yeah, and then of course there's like Vietnam's whole thing with like if you mess up a tone, you mess up the whole word and stuff like
Yep.
that. So like, of course that's kind of why why like there's like
One
that
word has
particular
one
way of
tone.
speaking. Yeah.
If you say it differently, that's not the same word. Or you know,
Mhm.
like unless you have like an accent, that's a different thing.
Yeah, so like the way there's like inflections or bleh, uh, inflections or emphasis on how you speak, like obviously that would change a lot.
Yeah, so just English works in fresh new ways that I don't really understand most of the time. So the funny thing is like my first language is Vietnamese, my second language is French, which also doesn't have tones in a different way than Vietnamese. Like French doesn't have like grammatical vocabulary stress. So you can say a word exactly like that. As long as you say those syllables in that order, that's a word. It doesn't. You don't have to like. You know, with English you have like address and address being like two different words. Record and record, two different words. French doesn't have that. The way that the word is written is how it's read, really. So you don't have to worry about anything ever. And the French, l'Académie Française, is a bunch of idiots, and I will kill them. This is a joke, by the way. Hashtag parody. Uh, but yeah, it's my first language being Vietnamese and my second language being French has ruined me for English. I would never be able to figure out like the S at the end of the sentence, the word, or like proper like stress and saying a word or whatever. My brain don't work like that.
Yeah, for me it's like the opposite direction. It's like still tricky to like, especially because obviously as you could tell, I keep on like mumbling or like messing up how I like pronounce or say things. So it's like, it'd be hell for Vietnamese.
Yeah, Vietnamese. I honestly cannot imagine people who don't live with like six different tones,
Yeah.
like starting on it. It's hard to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's doable. A bunch of people have done it. I don't know how though. I have no like methodology when it comes to teaching Vietnamese in general. Then again, I don't have
Yeah.
methodology for teaching anything.
It's like such a universal experience, except for teachers.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's just like that. And also, to be fair, you know, academic English is not the same as casual English at all. Same with French.
Oh yeah, true.
I could write essays in French. I could not go to the supermarket in French. Those were two different things entirely. This Party City character that I'm drawing. Sounds so funny. Hi-Fi Rush is such a good game. It's also such a fucking funny game. The main character, the main character of that game is actually not the character you play as. It's your hacker character. And she's awesome and I love her. The most of the time you spend in that game you spend in the body of a guy who can run directly into 7 consecutive walls and survive. That's kind of the point of him as a character.
It's like the sheer chaos of it all is what I appreciate.
Yeah. It's really good. It's such a good game. Nah, I want him to hold it in a more precarious way. I'm figuring that out.
Yeah, it's like it's about tip over or something like that.
Yeah. I love making characters hold like uh, wine glasses, glasses that are not wine glasses in a wine glasses way. You know what I one thing I genuinely extremely appreciate about Hi-Fi Rush as a game is like they had a foresight to add like an entire separate soundtrack on top of their normal soundtrack. That is
Oh,
for a
right.
streamer.
That was like very thoughtful.
Yeah. That is like it shows like a kind of acceptance of streaming that I feel like a lot of companies don't do the same with.
And like after all, like streaming is how like more people get to learn about your games. So like have some appreciation, man.
Yeah. Straight up like no whatever you say about it, it's straight up just like free advertisement for them.
Yeah,
Like,
literally.
in-
Like so don't be rude, be grateful.
Yeah. No matter what they feel like. Honestly, even the Nintendo people have started like understanding that now. And they are insane about their IPs.
Oh god, have you heard like the drama, I guess, of like that stupid Pokemon ripoff game?
Oh yeah, I have heard of it. I have decided that I will never look at it.
Yeah, it's ugly. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. It's just like I don't know, man. I guess the thing is like ripoffs I don't care about as like a concept. Cause like yada yada, every artist or rhythm, etc. etc. It's more just like, are you doing a good job? You know?
Yeah, it's like it's a lot of like stolen designs and stuff like that. So it's like you're uncreative and you support AI and shit. Get out of here, so, sort of thing.
It's just more like you do that. Usually when a product rips up another product, is to coast off of the success of the other product.
Yeah,
Either that or cut down on the cost of working on this product. But I mean, inherently, it's not a sustainable like business model because it runs on with the first case it runs on conning people. It runs
Yeah,
on like
yeah,
the
sure.
hype, the hype of the product existing, and
Yeah,
in the
so, like-
second case it runs on conning people. So both of those things have like a pretty clear expiration date. You will not get like return after a certain amount of time. Like
yeah,
when
after the hype dies
Yeah.
down, like what can you do on your own without all this hype you're relying on, sort of thing.
Yeah, like if if you rip off and you're good at it, like if you make like a Pokemon derivative games, but it's good, then that's a different game. It's a different thing. It's fun to play. Then like
It is.
it will have like its own like player base, and probably eventually it will inspire its own like genre or whatever. But like if your game already like rips off other people and also it just sucks, then like good luck, baby. Straight up,
I
just
wish.
like working on like clicks and shit for like another month or so, and then it will disappear.
So like take your cake and eat it.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess like it's just extra annoying because like I don't know, like there were other games like Digimon obviously and like Yokai Watch, Monster Hunter Stories. Those are all like cute games.
Yeah.
But like it was like, damn, what was your support for these?
Yeah, it's just like it exists, and
Mhm.
I think it's just more like like the entire problem with AI and then NFTs and the devaluation of artists in general is
Yeah,
the
it's so
fact that we live
annoying.
in a society, etc. We live under capitalism, and the one thing that capitalism wants is more product, more labor all the time.
I know there should be more guillotines.
True. We should bring it back. Hashtag bring back the guillotine. But yeah, it's just it's inevitable that something like this would happen. eventually under the in the world we live in.
I'm just waiting for the lawsuits. I want to see that shit go down.
Sometimes it's fun to watch that. Like, it always feels like really bad to me that like the way that Nintendo like just pearl clutches about their IP, and the way that they punish like not just fan games but like modders, and not and not even just software modder, like not game modders but like hardware modders. And I'm thinking about that guy that got like had to that would have to cough up like 10% of his salary every time he gets anything now because Nintendo like put him in
Yeah, that was crazy. Jesus.
yeah. Like eventually you realize that you don't even own the thing that you bought anymore, you know? And that's shitty. That's like, you know, that is the first contract, the first social contract of capitalism. That actually predates capitalism, but capitalism is also built on like the presumption that that contract exists and is honored. That when you put out your capital to buy a thing, that thing is yours. That thing is yours.
I remember.
Yep.
I remember Ubisoft recently made like some sort of announcement. I was like, oh, by the way, get you comfortable like not owning your games when they were like proposing the idea of like subscription shit to their games, and like everyone started ratioing them.
They need somebody needs to get like slapped on the mouth for like daring to say that out loud.
Right? It's like, what do you think? Why do you think people buy games to own them?
Yep.
To play them.
And it's like that's the thing with like the fun world we live in, that like you give them 1 inch they will take a mile. I'm trying
this
to
is why torrenting is a thing.
Yep. So like it's just the entirety of these talk around like stuff about like, you know, AI and once again like NFT, any new like tech hype bubble, and like what stings about them generally, it's always like a labor issue, at least to me. Whereas like they just straight up want to do away with us as a labor force. They want to not have to pay us. They want to like have their thing that they used to sell. They don't even like actually like you know use those things. They just sell those things. And without and stripping us of like the position of worker, laborer, like that we deserve because we create, you know, labor capital.
Yeah, it's just like you devalue both your, not just like your quote unquote customers, but you also devalue the very people who are working on your things and making them good and stuff like that.
Yeah. And that is like the core model of things like basically the slop market. That is,
God, yeah.
You know, making things just to have things to sell. And eventually it will all be slop. And that wouldn't matter because they will still have like a buyership, so they would not care about the fact that it's slop.
Yeah, Jesus.
But yeah, it's just that's talk to say you should check out the Cartoonist Cooperative, which is a union for cartoonists and comic artists. And it's an example of, you know, an artist union, and to show that it's possible for artists to organize and to protect their own rights as laborers.
Yeah, that's why I'm really, really hoping to be like obviously I want to do like animation and storyboard stuff in the animation industry, but it's also because like there is a union and stuff like that.
Yep.
That you can join and stuff. And I was like, God, please, I need the rights. I need a 401k.
Yep. And the Cartoonist Cooperative is pretty new, and they are also like doing an esim for Gaza drive right now. So once again, like I will repeat the call. If you don't care for what I'm doing right now personally, like art wise, if this art is not what you're looking for when it comes to commission, definitely check out the Cartoonist Cooperative, and their drive, instead. They have a lot of artists like working on the drive right now, offering like really quality art for basically the same thing, for the same price that I do right now. That I take right now, which is an esim donation. And the conclusion that this is like artists gotta organize. We need to stay together and we protect each other, etc. Wow, it's getting real fucking dark in my room. Ah, fuck, sorry, I just touched the mic.
Meanwhile, it's like 3 a.m. in my room.
Ooh.
I'm good. It's alright. I already napped earlier, so.
That is good. I'm glad. I need to fix up. Like, I think I have the unfortunate. I have made the unfortunate choice of drawing my characters with the, I would say like the Dano kind of proportion, and I would try to get like a Dano piece on here for you guys to see as like a an example. But funny enough, most of Dano's art is extremely TOS skirting.
Oh my god.
So Dano is the creator of Garineka, by the way. The Miku like module that becomes her own character.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
For a second, I thought you said like Dano, like the Pokemon.
Nope. Nope. Not that guy. The artist on DeviantArt, which I honestly don't want to go on right now. So, does this guy have like? You know what? I will give this guy a waist. I can do that. I'm
You can
allowed.
do that.
Yeah.
How much is in your backlog? Cause you said you were gonna stream for about like 2 or 3 more hours.
I mean, like I have 4, so I will be streaming again. I'm not gonna finish everything today, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll totally be down to join if I'm able to. And
Okay.
yeah, I'm thinking about helping out with like another donation in like commission YouTube, but I need to figure it out.
That's no problem. I will be finishing these commissions if it comes to it, like after the drive is closed. Because like I know my ability and then my level of energy, and it might take a little bit, but like yeah, just the point of limiting the time. It's mostly to limit like it's for limit like the number, but like that hasn't become an issue yet. I have the queue has like plenty of space if anyone wants to contribute to the esim found. I say definitely go for it. Oh, this guy has like straight hair.
Ooh.
I'm thinking between 1 and 3 horns. What should I go for? It has like a middle part too. That's like such a classic character design choice. I love that.
Yeah.
That's so anime.
That's so anime. The same tone as like That's So Raven.
Yeah, exactly.
I can already hear the theme song.
Oh my god. God, That's So Raven is actually a little bit before my time too. I didn't get like Cartoon Network. I did get Cartoon Network before that, but I could read pretty. I learned how to read pretty early. But I could not speak English at that point, so on Cartoon Network they don't have subtitle. So most of Cartoon Network show I only remember through visual. So like fucking Courage the Cowardly Dog and fucking Teen Titans were the only 2 shows I remember at all.
Oh yeah.
But on Disney Channel they have subtitles, so I can actually understand what the fuck's going on. So I remember a number of other things on Disney Channel. But the thing is, like, Disney Channel Vietnam is a very funny place to be. because we are not like, target audience for a lot of, we are not prioritized target audience for mm, Disney in general as a corporation. So Disney Vietnam is just weird shows, and like we got like all three shows that the people who did Totally Spies did. So Totally
Oh
Spies
yeah.
and like Martin Mystery and like something else too. And then like our own Vietnamese language cartoon channel actually just runs anime. So it did run like Naruto and fucking Inuyasha. I think Inuyasha was basically my like my childhood for that.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's, I think I grew up on manga mostly because I was bad at watching things. I have always been bad at watching things. Uh, I grew up on Doraemon and Detective Conan, which I honestly don't think is a good thing. Of
I mean,
any,
like Doraemon is cute. I even have like a little piggy bank near me right now.
yeah, Doraemon is like the national thing, honestly, from that generation onward. It's so good, so popular in Southeast Asia to the point that like every 3 years they will do a rerun or like a reboot or like a a supplementary art thing. It still has spin-offs that makes it to Vietnam nowadays.
Yeah.
And the author died in like 93 or something. That is like his most well-known work. I honestly think Doraemon might be bigger in Southeast Asia than it is in Japan.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of well, okay. Well, I think like both Mexico and like Japan are fighting each other on who's the bigger supporter for like Dragon Ball Z.
That
But
is true.
you know,
Nobody's fighting us for Doraemon, but we will. We would. I say with like the full series of Doraemon's behind me on my bookshelf right now.
mm-hmm.
I'm normal about Doraemon. I say, you know what? I'm gonna give this guy a giant heart here. He seems like he would enjoy that. Down to my knees. Oh, I love the song. It's
Ooh.
so butt rock, but like, I love it so. But if this is like one of those cut-off coats, basically
yeah,
just
makes-
sleeves, the guy from Mononoke's drip.
Yeah. Oh god.
That's just sleeves. And then like ruffles here. And then I do think like big sleeves would be fun. I like
They're
giving
nice and
big sleeves
poofy.
to slutty hot characters. I'm sorry for calling your character slutty without permission, Koskit, but that's just the word I use for these types of characters. I mean it positively. Uh,
Bloody, respectfully, in parentheses.
Slutty appreciated in parentheses. Uh, what kind of big sleeves should I give this guy?
I guess it depends on what's like best complementary to like the overall fashion. So like for
That
example,
is
like
true.
either it's like I'm thinking like silky or like how do, God, it's hard to put in words. Like because again, aside from the fact that like one of the references is also like using furs as a fur coat. So it's like I'm still thinking of, like something that's like very elaborate or like very pretty, something you see in like a club or a ball.
It's true. I kind of lean towards the ball, just because I like putting like classical looking clothing into
Mm-hmm.
like a streetwear kind of set going on.
Yeah. Oh, God, I'm thinking about modernized Viet Folk. That'd be so cool to wear.
Yeah. I say as if I don't wear like insane shit every day of my life. That frog isn't actually that accurate. I have like one pair of sneakers. that I've been wearing since like 2018 or something. I do have like 3 pairs of dress shoes though. That's more my thing. I
Yeah, I
mostly wear
usually.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I usually just like words are hard. Like, I remember like just because I could not be bothered to go through the hassle of like rushing to put on shoes to go to class for like the whole semester last semester, I can only count on one hand the amount of times I actually put on shoes. Everything else was just like sandals.
true. That's so vibe. I think I got it somewhat being into me like through my years of school is that like I have to wear button ups and stuff to school. I can't wear slides, even
Mhm.
though like the teachers have slides they wear in class. Cause fucking wearing heels every day sucks. So they get to do that, but I don't. So uh, I never got into the habit of wearing like slides or sandals. I love I'm a closed toe shoes person.
Yeah, they're very like comfy and they're comfy and easy to wear.
I
But
mean,
yeah, like
comfy is not usually a word you use for dress shoes.
I'm sorry, I was like referencing that one like Pokemon line, but it was like they feel secure
Yeah,
basically.
that is true. That is true. And also, like, I have found out that, like secondhand dress shoes are godsend when it comes to comfort. They're so much more comfortable than like new dress shoes. So like I've been getting most of my dress shoes. I say as if I bought any new after I bought like the last pair, which is like years ago. I've been wearing those pairs for years now, but I got them from like the secondhand market, and like it owns. They make you feel important because they click when you walk. So like that is the
Mhm.
one fun thing about them is that like when you walk down, you can sound like you are going to confiscate something from somebody.
Yeah, definitely.
Still figuring out like the mid body piece because this is like the kind of top like the sleep only thing that has been like trendy for uh, streetwears. I kind of wanna like extend this a little bit and like make this guy wear like suspenders on his bare tits, like harness kind of thing.
It's like, listen, it's artistic license, do it.
That is true. That is true. For a guy who does not care about anything else that is associated with that kind of fashion, I really love harnesses.
Hmm.
I think it's more about like I like safety kind of gears in general. I like electric worker safety gears. I like uh just window cleaners.
Hmm.
The kind of hard safety gear that they put on for doing their work. I like workers' clothes. So that does come with harnesses. And I think that shit is hot, but in a fashion sense.
Hmm.
Remembering like corsets with like a shoulder strap. Trying to fucking remember from my Instagram page. Sometimes they give me the good shit. Kind of want to add the fur trim somewhere. Should I add it to like the trim of? Hmm. Oh yeah, he has a tail. I keep forgetting.
Oh yeah.
I always forget tails. I'm sorry. I love human characters a lot. I always forget tails. Me when I play Sonic games. Sad.
How can you do this to Miles Tails per hour?
No, I'm sorry, Tails. I will never forget you. It's really dark in my room right now, even though I have two mushrooms that's slowly glowing up. I have those like funny sleep lamp thing
Oh yeah.
that is a mushroom shape and you plug it directly into the socket.
Mhm.
But they are made very funnily because they are made they're the plug is like a an, an equation mark like kind of thing, so they're like two parallel lines like this.
Mhm.
So like the plug, the legs of the plugs or whatever, however you call it, is like flat. So it's not like so their plug is like this, and then like the mushroom is like on top of it like this, and like it plugs in here. Oh, that's bad to look at, anyways. But every plug in my room has the flat side like perpendicular to that. So for a little bit, those mushrooms were growing sideways all the way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I had to find like I had to find a an interconnecting plug or whatever the fuck. I forgot the English word for it. Fucking goddamn it. But yeah, I had to find like another plug for it to make it like set up right. Otherwise, it's just gonna grow sideways forever. It's gonna look really funny. I'm adding the horn in because I think it's fun. Pants. I mean, like skin tight like pants seem to be the obvious choice here, but I feel like I should embellish it a little bit more. But what would I do for that? This is already a pretty fucking typical, like, you know, pirate style outfit,
Mhm.
which is great. I always think about like that kind of outfit whenever I think about something with like big sleeves and like tight bottom. But
Mhm.
I want to fancy it up, and it's hard to figure out how to do that. Hmm. Maybe a coattail? But like, how would I add a coattail? It would be very funny to wear pants and have muscles. I think I should add that. Then like I would have to erase a horn. Wearing like a horn, like a sword like that, on top of the bustle would probably be a little bit much. My favorite fucking song from the soundtrack. This is the kind of guy who would have like a giant bow. What if I... Oh, Husky is back! Hello,
Ooh.
yes, it is your guy. I'm trying to figure out like a pants or like, you know, a bottom set to go with like the top that we've got going on here. think this would be fun to make like. Mm, I'm rethinking about so a little bit. What if I guess like the thing was I want to break the silhouette a little bit to make like the like thigh bigger, you know, like you know like an animal hunches kind of look to it. So like this is something that I also did with like the Leon design for the Red Lion Wizard, or like adding like trims here or something to make the thigh look bigger. But like I feel like I cannot really see like how this is going to work out yet. So I might have to move on to second sketch and like final sketch. This guy does have like in the rest he does wear like heels, a little bit of a heel. Ye olden Uggs, I'm thinking. You do wear heels. Hell yeah. I like drawing like Victorian heels, kind of.
Yeah, they're very like fancy.
Yeah, they do look very fancy. And they look precarious even though like I know logically they aren't actually that precarious, because like the heel actually lands in the middle of your actual heel. So in a sense they feel like they support your entire weight a lot better than modern heels.
Mm-hmm.
But oh boy, do they look dainty. Hell yeah. Thank you for trusting your fashionable character uh, in my hands. I always honestly a little bit worries that like my way of seeing fashion might not be the same as a lot of other people. So when they go to me for a fashionable character, I might not be able to deliver to like their satisfaction. Uh, but I feel like honestly maybe this is ultimately more about how much it speaks to your character rather than like how trendy or something like that they are. So thinking about Oh yeah. Still figuring out the thigh, the pants right now. He's like a peacock. As that's a very great description for any character. I feel like we don't say that about characters enough anymore. You should describe more men as peacocks.
Yeah, that reminds me of like Pave from Animal Crossing.
Rio. Trying to figure this out. This is the kind of guy who wears half palm gloves. Gloves that need like harnesses and shit to be held in place.
Interview 38, the disappearance. Eyes the size of dinner plates. Can you even hear
It's like,
us?
I don't know,
But
like
that
Kingdom.
is
Well, okay, maybe not zippers,
right.
but like definitely like a lot of belts, like Kingdom Hearts style.
Oh yeah.
Here's
Oh,
where
that
we're going.
honestly,
We don't
yeah,
think
that
it
that
did.
would own
There's
and
no way
like
of knowing.
the furs
But
actually
life
just
means
because
you're
like I
exposed,
saw
means
that
you're
in
wrong,
his
means you're on a record.
character ref.
You say,
Mm-hmm.
It might work better with like belts. I'll see. Oh yeah, like the woven side like pants.
Oh,
That
yeah,
is
that
like
makes sense.
yeah, that's like trendy nowadays.
I can just sit here, wait here, see how it goes living. Sometime with the great fear that it's just us in the break room and the cam is seeing damn near nada, filing nothing. We don't gotta tell a single person that it's just us, you and me. I see a hovering doom, a psychic pressure shaping, a presence within this room, and it's captivating. It speaks of dire meat, sweet desire meat, the secret flesh beneath the surface of your skin. This time, I want to talk about the details that you didn't see. A matter etched supernatured aristocracy, a truth echoed by the seeds they set internally. When I do the work, and the vessel says,
How are we
and
working
the vessel
this
says,
harness in? Honestly, adding bells, straight up normal bells, actual bells on this guy would be kind of fun. We've established that he doesn't mind like normal straight leather directly on his skin with the harness, so I'm gonna give this one like no padding either. And then like I don't know if I'm gonna. Hell yeah. I'm so glad. Hits directly into my sense of like general aesthetic of mixing classic wares with street wares or modern wear for fun.
Fashionable, it's cool, it's unique, it's
Hell yeah.
you.
Hell yeah. It's about giving men corsets and giving women harnesses. Does that work? Or am I like embellishing it like for nothing? feel like that has been the case for me when it comes to design. Is that like if it doesn't work in the sketch, and it probably doesn't work like when I actually detail out. So the sketch is like a good test for it, back to where like you get all the details out. Thinking, I thinking. Mixing this a little bit. Okay. I think I'm onto something here. We'll see. I have to pause a little bit to make it look better. Oh, my parents are fully home. I think they're.
Oh.
I mean, it's fine, really. I don't think they're gonna jump in. But I do be having to stand up and go do dinner stuff. Zooming in directly on his crotch. I'm very sorry.
You gotta eat. You gotta refuel.
Yeah. I want to try and finish this phase, and the rest might have to be left to another stream. But it has been fun working on the character. Honestly, with this like silhouette, we can even go for 3 horns, and it would be pretty good. Hell yeah, I'm glad. I like drawing characters who are a little bit more meaty nowadays. That's such a weird thing to say. I'm sorry. Like, I know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the struggle of like being an artist and trying to describe it's like, oh, this is really like interesting or fun to draw, but like out of context, it just sounds so bizarre.
Yeah. I like characters with like a more defined like physical presence. When the character feels like wispy, you know, like the kind of character who you feel like one single blow of the wind could like blow them away.
Like, there's no weight to them. They're not like grounded.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it's really fun to like see or draw characters that have more like presence, shape, volume.
Yep.
To them.
I say meaty. I also don't mean it in a bad way. I especially mean it in a complimentary way. So like, that's currently my favorite thing to draw is like characters with you know, actual meat on their bones that can actually interact with the outside world noticeably. Like they like the skin like dense and like the squish and the movement that is shown in like the weight of the fat on the body. All of that like huge to me right now. There you go. I just realized I draw faces somewhat in the same way that doll customizers draw like eyes. Where like they draw like single elements out first to make sure that everything's symmetrical. God, speaking of, I really wanna customize that doll that I have laying around, like butchered into fucking pieces in a box right now. I need to finish that.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Oh, this guy has a little bit of a belly. I'm gonna enjoy this. I mean, the thing is, he has like a waist clincher thing, corset thing on right now, so it might not show, which is a little bit sad. I might rethink that. I love like thinking about customizing that doll because it's like the shittiest doll on earth. But it is still better than the dolls I used to have like as a kid though. Cause it has like actual elbow joints. The legs are extremely molded from like an old 1930 or something Barbie. Like it is that exact shape. It doesn't even look like real life, like a leg that belongs to the top of that body. Because like when I bought her, she was wearing like a dress, so you don't get to see the legs. But it really does feel, I don't know, like I feel like cutting that doll up is like a mercy somehow, because like nothing about her is coherent, and honestly it doesn't really need to be when it was bought, because she was a toy for a kid, and the incoherence is made coherent in a kid's brain anyway. Kids are good at making up stories. But yeah, I cut her up, and like because she has like pointy boobs, you know, the old Barbie style pointy boobs.
Yeah, Laura Croft boobs.
Yeah, I've gotten like so mad at it, at looking at it, that like last time I got my air dried clays out, I shaped her bigger boobs, just so it can be round. Her legs I've like plucked off, but I'm not sure what to do with to work with them yet. Like, do I reuse them or do I sculpt her new legs entirely? I'm leaning towards making her like one of the fucked up like Karunika that I made, that I drew a while ago. So she will have like giant robot legs. But that would also requires me to fix up her arms too, because I want her to also have giant crab like claw arms.
Oh.
And then I will have to chop off the lower half of her face. That's like, that's like a little bit much for customizing, especially first time. Kind of want to do it, but I'm not committing to that vision yet. Maybe I'll do something normal first. Let's see, lower lid. Top of the world. Sorry about me spamming the same line again. My brain was just not there for a second. Sometimes even when we're talking to each other and I'm like fully invested, like not just us, but like, generally, and when I talk to someone and I'm fully invested in this story, for 1 second my brain would just leave my body, and then I will come back to like them saying something that I have no context for anymore, because I was not there to listen to it. The plight of having ADHD, baby. So like I've gotten pretty fucking good at like sounding like I know what I'm about in conversation, because I frequently have to deduce what the conversation is currently about from the last 5 words that I hear because that's all I have. I like this like specific eye shape. It's so fun. It's a fun like a fancier like droopy eyes, which I don't actually draw that often. I mean, like I draw droopy eyes a lot because like first of all, Rayhan, but second of all, I've gotten a taste for it. But this specific eye shape right now doesn't happen often, and I like when it does. The breakdowns. Hell yeah. You know what? That's a good word for it. I forgot about that word, but it's kind of true. Bedroom eyes. Eyebrows.
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 Literally me in my room alone.
Yeah, this is like echoing to each other.
Yeah. Same words, repeating words. My apology if I keep drawing your character's eyebrows way bigger than they're supposed to be. I love eyebrows. I love big eyebrows. When I draw a character that has like thin eyebrows, like pencil thin eyebrows, that is a pain to me, and it feels like it always feels like I'm doing it wrong. As in like, if I don't get to draw big eyebrows, it feels bad. Eyebrows, nose. Just, God, I think I was thinking that one day that me and the senpai went to like a bookshop, a bookstore, that they got like a bunch of like visual novels and stuff. No, not visual novel, like what's that called again? Light novel, that's the word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just like light novel adaptation of or either that or that was the original light novel of like just isekai shit and like waifu novel and shit, and
Oh,
then
God.
like you look on the front of it and there will be like an anime girl there with 0.5 traits on her face, and like every time I look at it I just kind of feel like that artist probably don't really enjoy this character visually. I don't know, like it's more just like what is like you're not drawing her face.
Yeah, I guess it also like comes down to like how people like again, I know I just griped about this like with how people draw women and stuff like that. It's like you're not drawing a person, you're just drawing like this caricature of like the idea or like concept of a fictional I don't know how to put it in words, but like it doesn't feel real. It just feels like a like
I think
flanderization.
yeah, and also very specific thing about, especially like the moe anime art style, where like you
Mm.
draw everything but the face. Especially you can
Mm.
see that in like supersonical art, which if you're not comfortable with a lot of like near nudity and uh, anime proportion, or uh, by anime I mean hentai proportion.
Oh lord.
Yeah, then you probably should not look up Supersonico if you don't know about her. But Supersonico, it's so like truly her as a design. She is so nothing.
Yeah.
She just has like no nothing like noticeable about her. Everything about her is the color and the tit size. Like she has pink hair, she has huge boobs, and that's it. Like trying to remember anything noticeable about like her face or what she actually looks like is like drawing me a full blank. So like it's just I kind of feel the same when I look at like the moe kind of art style where like you draw like giant eyes and you put a texture in them, and then you barely draw the nose and the mouth is like tiny, and
Mm-hmm.
I look at it and I'm like, this is 5% of a face. You have drawn like 5% of a face. When you don't seem to like to draw the face. I don't know. I mean, like that's still like a very subjective way of looking at art. Obviously, like that is basing like entirely on my personal criteria of what I like about drawing faces and what I consider good character design, etc. But like, it's just so distinctly nothing to me as
Right.
a kind
Like,
of art.
again, it feels hard to put in words, but like, it doesn't feel. It feels like so like artificial or manufactured.
Yeah, truly is like saying the wood girl and saying
Mm-hmm.
nothing more. You have conveyed the bare minimum to uh under to for us to understand through social cue that she is a girl. That's it. I know nothing more about her from looking at her. Well, I know her eyes are giants, and she cannot read because her nose is tiny, anyways. This this face is not actually that like long. I'm making things up in my brain. That is true. Cosget in chat is I have to be picky about who I commission for this guy because some people don't know how to not draw button noses for any character. Which like to be fair, like I'm also entirely learning as I go when it comes to art as well. Like I'm not the art god ever, and I don't know anything, and I am still also practicing. And but also I just think that like the joy in drawing for me is figuring out like the geometry of these features. So like drawing lips in like a geometric way, drawing like nose to convey their shape in like my art style, and things like that. Have I like baby faced him a little bit too much? I feel like he has like a slightly square face, but it's not. This looks like this might make him look a little too young. But yeah. And that is definitely not what everyone gets out of art. Like a lot of people like drawing because it's like a comfort thing for them, and they just draw that thing, and like they become very good at drawing that one thing, and that's like fun, perfectly fine for them. And so on and so forth. There are a million trillion ways to approach art in general and drawing specifically, but drawing like features and looking at like the shape that they make and how to convey that shape like in through the tools that I am given and that I like using is like one of the best thing about art for me.
Yeah, it's always just like I really love like either the collaboration or like the sharing aspect of art, like
Yeah.
especially because like everyone has like different interpretations and experiences and like how that culminates in their output or like how they're able to draw or like what sort of things or like stories they can tell or like tastes, biases, stuff like that. It's really neat to see.
Oh yeah. Honestly, even like I've gotten around to elf ear, I guess, like pointy ear
Hmm.
recently, even though like I don't instinctively think about them. But like just like the direction of where the ear turns and like how much it resembles human ears, common typical human
Oh.
ears and
Hmm.
stuff like that is like also like extremely fun for me. So a character with like normal human ear would like this, like the Spock kind of character, then like
Hmm.
it would just like be pointy. That would be like a different ear shape than someone with like the kind of ear that like points out more and like it has like a hood over more like an animal ear.
Hmm.
I think it's just mostly because in the end I'm a monster person and I'm a creature person and I like drawing creatures. I like
Yeah, it's
drawing
unique
like,
character design.
yeah. I like fucking around with like what a character looks like, and like the implied mobility when with the physical form, and so on and so forth. And ultimately, that's not the same thing that everyone gets out of art once again. But I'm
Yeah.
glad to be the guy who does that.
Yeah, people have different like reasons or like what different like things they derive from art. But like, I just like seeing seeing the variety of like neat things, like kind of the same as you, like what people can do or tell, and then of
Yep.
course sharing it with others.
Yeah. So for example, like I'm looking at this character and I'm seeing like an ear shape that is like so to say more animal like where it like it's not like upright. It like points in a direction that implies like a kind of like now runs I also runs into my own like limitation of language where
Hmm.
it becomes a little bit hard to explain or describe what a character looks like and like how they trade words where like it's just like their ear folds forward a little bit. It becomes like a hooded kind of ear kind of shape. Also my mom just came in and like so it's probably yep uh, dinner time, but I will finish this race
Hmm.
before we go. Damn. Alright. I think I'm falling into actually like this the kind of style that Hercules, had the Disney Hercules,
Oh yeah,
which like fair because like they stylized that pretty much directly from old like Greek art. So
yeah, that was like very nice and distinctive like take on like the art style, and of course like visually stands out a lot more. I think like others have done the same or like their own like they didn't like conform to like the Disney style TM. They like did their own thing and like their own spin. It's like Atlantis. God, it's such a good movie.
uh, Atlantis is so good.
From what I remember, I think the character designer he worked on Hellboy.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Hellboy
And
is
let me
Mike Mignola
Yeah,
just
yeah, Mike Mignola. It was him.
oh, that makes
He
so
was the
much sense.
he was the character designer. Oh my god. It's like if the feeling is so strong of the shapes and
Yep.
variety of characters. It's so good.
Just so distinct and like memorable. No wonder it becomes a cult classic like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like his like heart-shaped lips. Not not really like a Princess Peach kind of lips, but the cupid bow was very heart-shaped, and I like that.
Yeah. It's like small subtleties like that are really neat. Like I just really wish we got like more like um dramatic movies like that aren't afraid to like pull their punches. Like I think like The Prince of Egypt's another really good one.
Yeah. God, I hope we enter like the era of like indie animation soon. Now
Oh,
that
God,
the
yeah.
tools become like a lot more accessible.
Mm-hmm. I think like oh yeah, there's like Procreate Dreams and stuff like that. I think like the
Yeah.
biggest indie animation thing is a, a certain Demon Hotel show I don't like, but aside
Oh,
from
yeah.
that, like anyway, there's like Big Top Burger, which is really fun, and like Where the Kids is like
Yeah.
really good with variety in animation, and
That guy
there's
is
like
a wizard.
I know the Wizard Ale. And then there's like Digital Circus, I think, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
really funny. If we had a nickel for every time like a big like indie animation thing got a lot of attention, it was based on like circus or clowns, we'd have 2 nickels.
Which is weird. It happens twice.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely hoping for a lot of
yeah.
like support and success. And like this summer there should be like because like the Animation Guild should have its contract expire, so they should be allowed to like strike
Yeah,
this summer. So
renegotiate soon.
mm-hmm.
Damn, I hope like they get what they want.
Yeah, God,
I hope they
please.
really squeeze that shit.
The industry has been so painful lately with all the like cancellations and mergers and stuff, so I just really hope there's gonna be like some proper
Yeah.
handling of that.
My brother has not come over to ask me to return the headset. Probably doesn't really need it today.
I mean, if he doesn't, I mean, you can keep it if it goes on for long enough.
Mm. Listen, I have to maintain my position of moral superiority to secure funding, etc. So, uh, okay. He's like a more square jawed kind of feller then. Yeah, I was thinking like it might make him look like a little bit too young. Trying to figure out like even then, let me refigure this out. Yeah, I think like mostly because his name is Dionysus, I kind of keep thinking of specifically Hades' depiction of Dionysus because
Oh,
that's
that's a
like
good
the
one.
most like recent Dionysus character that has come out recently. So I feel like that's the slightly in the same family of vibe that I'm going for with this.
All the character designs slap so hard. They're so like
That is
memorable and
true.
like iconic.
That is true. That is the game for bisexuals. That is the game for when you love hot people.
Mm-hmm. God. Oh no. Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh god. No. I got reminded someone made like I think that someone I think it also got cross posted to Tumblr too, but like I remember someone made like a Twitter thread that was like, okay, let's compare like how the Greek gods were designed and interpreted in like Lore Olympus, like that one webtoon comic
Oh my
versus like
god.
Hades.
Okay.
It was so much.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm glad I got spared that.
It's just business person in like um green colors, business person in yellow colors, business person in red colors, and that was it. But like Hades, that like really highlights how good Hades is.
Hades is like well researched to like almost concerning level.
What do you mean?
Like they did not need to go that hard, but like why did they? Why did they do
Yeah.
that? Like
I,
all of their designs, even though like with like the kind of color that pops like that, I think technically all of them are historically correct when it comes to like styling.
uh-huh.
Yeah, like the kitan and like the tunic and stuff, like pretty much correct. And like it makes you feel insane to think about. Like, why are you doing that? Super Giants, what are you doing? What made this like the thing for you?
I'm like there was like I think it was from Spencer One, like the one he did the storyboards,
Mhm.
I think. And storyboards and animation stuff. Like I remember there was like a note that was like brushes blood out of hair sexily and like
Yeah.
sexily has underlined.
Yeah. Is it any wonder that the guy who did that animation is gay?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
He is gay. He was on Drawfee for a bit.
Oh yeah. Like I remember him because like he did like work for the Castlevania Netflix
Mhm.
show.
Makes so much sense actually. That
Yeah.
show is, despite everything about it, it is also full of gay people.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it didn't become the way that it did, like in later seasons. But
God, yeah, like
the first one truly was iconic for me.
yeah, the first season was like so good. It was perfect.
I wish we didn't have to. The world didn't have to be this way. We did get Hades though, so
Yeah, it's like the silver lining to like try to compensate for the later season of Castlevania.
we get to have one thing. Okay. I'm like being a little bit too precious with like how I lay lines again. And that's like not in the spirit of the category, so I might have to revise that. Oh yeah, okay, my parent is super here. Uh, well,
Oh,
yeah, that it is time. that is my dinner deadline now. Alright. So I will have to stand up from the computer and stream now. This will continue on stream either tomorrow or the day after. During this week, definitely. You know what, Cosket? I will keep that in mind. That actually like is a good direction to go, and like when it comes to like describing the character. Hey, thank you for commissioning this. Hopefully see you again when I stream this again. Or if this is not finished on stream, then I will send you the final version as I do with all the stuff, all the commission stuff. And thank you guys for stopping by the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me while I do this. Thank you for contributing to the drive if you bought an eSIM. And I will post a schedule when I have it properly. Thank you, Mira, for hanging out with me on stream.
Yeah, thank you for hosting this as well and like contributing, helping out.
Hell yeah, I'm very glad to be able to do this, and I'm very glad to see that like to see effort from other people to help me with this. Hell yeah, this is time to sleep for you, and it's time for dinner for me, and probably also time to sleep for Mira.
Yeah, it is 4 a.m. Okay.
It truly is. Thank you once again for stopping by. We'll see each other again very soon. Sleep well when you do, eat well when you do. See ya.
Yeah, thank you to everyone. Bye.